Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello, Telegraph Master. We're back in our Republic. Hopefully today we can set up the first residential building and get some people moving into the megacity in the center. Shopping center, alcohol kiosk, all of this should be set up ideally. Hopefully we can do that. At least bring the resources to it. And then build up a pile of workers in the area that we can then dump onto, well, everything. We probably should also build the hospital, if I think about it. Which means we need to build this house to get to the hospital. I might just build a temporary clinic, which is going to be a lot faster. I have a feeling that without healthcare, we're just going to waste too many workers, really. And this would probably be safer. So, we'll set up a temporary clinic, I think, as well. Plus they don't need heating, so they're going to be good. Did your mic settings change? Sorry about that, just a second. There was a Windows update, so the volume might be quieter. Let me check. It even restarted. It's not good yet. Let me check. Now it should be better. Alright. I hope that fixed it. Killed my music while I was updating. No, that's the normal sound. That's how it normally should be. Maybe the music is a bit quiet. Hello Neo Contra, welcome. Hello Mega Monkey, welcome. Yeah, let's set up the clinic too. Think that'll be best. I didn't go. I woke up, it was dark, I was still tired. I didn't go. I was awake since 8, but then I would have arrived for only like half an hour for doing a 2-hour trip, and I didn't want to do that. We need more people here. Fair, now we get more megacity. Yep. Hopefully everything as it should be. The worker supplies in the fire station scares me. But yeah, population growth seems to be stable, I guess, for now. Orphanages are chock full of workers and children. Let me try. Also, Stream Elements isn't working well today. A bunch of stuff isn't doing things. My BRB screens don't work. Didn't get a notification from Stream Elements that the stream has started, but at least the credits for Carl Casey still worked, I guess. Very strange. Oh, I just realized the game audio died when I reset the sound settings. Let me restart the game. I have no sound. That's the thing. Killed my whole PC audio trying to fix the mic settings, I guess. We'll just not write it up to a crash because I closed it manually. There we go, sound is back. Excellent. Friday the 13th was yesterday? Ah, I don't think that had anything to do with that. Okay, sound's back. Picking up a lot, like dropping a lot of people in here, but they should be picked up again every now and then. I mean, the fire station seems to be holding, I guess. I should probably put a waste storage in the temporary area, otherwise people here are gonna suffer because of that then. At least make it possible for the waste. Well, there's a waste storage here. Doesn't reach the temporary buildings though, I don't think. Not all of them. We'll drop one here, I guess. That'll reach the clinic too. We do not want the clinic to be spewing hazardous waste. You know what? Large waste storage, it's fine. Drop it here. Alright. Oh, deviant fish. Welcome. I'm tempted to remove this orphanage and put it in a different location, like tons of orphanages surrounded by houses would probably be the best way. Having the orphanages central in a residential area. I mean, I kind of want everything central in a residential area, so nothing's really going to be central. Hello, why not say? Welcome. MegaCity indeed. Alright, let's assign... Okay, the workers are already doing footpaths, that's fine. I'm gonna get a construction office relocated here. Do we still have one available, or do I need to remove one? We still have one. We'll keep one... horse carriage with workers. I know I have those too, that's fine. We can use those. Move in here. No buildings, everything else you can build, because everything else doesn't require maintenance or can burn down. And you can pick up workers from here, I guess. Do the construction in this area of the footpaths and roads automatically. Wonder if any other city builders have a specific orphanage building. I don't think so. City Skylines has death care instead, I guess. Not sure about specific orphanages though. Hello, lit, not NPC. Oh wait, lit, not an NPC. Okay. Welcome. I don't remember it having an orphanage. I do remember the death care, but it doesn't mean it doesn't it didn't have one. I just don't remember it. Guessing walking will be the main transport towards the shopping centers. Lit no to NPC. Okay. Well then, I'm sorry about mispronouncing it. It didn't have any capitalization in it. I thought you were just very concerned about not being called an NPC. NPC. I don't know how to read it, that's why. Just getting confused. But yeah, we'll set up a house, shopping center, alcohol kiosk. We will have to bring the resources in. That's why we're setting up this temporary warehouse connected to the shopping center. We'll need some distribution offices to bring the resources into adjacent buildings. We will need a technical service to remove the waste. We'll probably have to set up a waste incinerator here fairly soon. No water, no sewage handling. I'll have to wait, I think. It's gonna be lit. Alright. What effects do orphanage give? They increase our population growth this time, because I'm mostly concerned about not running out of people when I'm building my houses right next to pollution centers. So I'm using those to buff our population growth, so that during winter we're not having a decline of population as much. Not using them for loyalty right now. Criminality reduction and population growth. Everything else, don't care. If they're not criminals and if they are not dead, that's what I care about. I have my loyalty industry with a prison instead. That's keeping the loyalty high. I'm not running the orphanages right now, because we have too much fluctuation in the orphanage capacity demand, so I can't really reliably create loyalty with the orphanages at the moment. I hope I get it started, even if the people do not stay here for very long when they're building stuff up. I hope we can use this as a starting off point. I mean, I have to keep them alive for some amount of time, otherwise they're gonna get very cranky. And it's not gonna be useful having this as another area where we're losing people, basically. So we need to make sure that this is running somewhat well. I don't think I need anything else. I mean, the school is going to be important, I guess, but that's something they'll have to build. I haven't even planned the school yet, I guess. I need a temporary school. God dang it. I won't care about the kindergarten. Just give me a temporary school as we build stuff up. Everything here on this side of the road is temporary up to this point. This block here is all temporary. It's fine. Very well thought out. So many things. No water, no sewage. Gonna be a bit of a bad time. They'll have to build up the heating plant first. We'll have to do the rail construction to the heating plant. Okay, building to the shopping center. Good. Alright, we're gonna make this a building for 50 to 75% loyalty, highly educated only, and they're supposed to run the university basically. Once the population has balanced out a bit. There should already be people with that loyalty in here. Indeed there is. But I want to force it. Over 75 now. Only those. Once it has emptied out a bit, we can disable the loyalty setting for highly educated people only in other buildings. Not these three, because they're also running our prison. And we will always need people in there. Since we're trying to shift most of the population to highly educated, there will be highly educated people living here. That's fine. But they will be running the prison. I won't modify those settings. Except maybe turning them to 75 to 100% loyalty only. Loyalty boost is good. We're almost up to 4%. I think we're going to reduce sentences a bit. Get the people through the prison system faster if they're gaining that much loyalty right now anyway. That way I need less time and have more population with higher loyalty. They get reintegrated into society faster, can have more children, etc, etc. And we're heading towards majority of our workforce being higher education. We're at a third now, but it should still be going up. Should not be slowing down. Compared to basic education, higher education is... well, it has stopped right now, but that might also be because of winter. I expect this to go up again after, like, summer to autumn. I hope the orphanages will somewhat empty out, so they're ready again for next winter. There shouldn't really be that many disloyal people, except I guess children growing up in the orphanage. But they should also be trending towards at least 30% loyalty. If the worker count is good. I mean, I could bombard it with a bunch more monuments to ensure that it's fine. But right now I'm also trying to conserve some money. Once the population growth kicks in into the megacity, inside the megacity, then our loan capacity will go up. We have to be a bit cautious with our loans. Did take out a decent amount of money. We're making a lot of money if we're not building. Just gotta give it some time. Good. The feed of workers to the area is not affected by the rail construction, because they get unloaded over on this side and walk all the way over here. A little bit concerned that Wait, where did they... Oh, the construction office moved them all, right. No, that makes total sense. I said it that way. And they did build up some roads and footpaths, which they're supposed to. We don't need to supply any workers to the fire station yet, because, well, there's nothing to extinguish at the moment. That worker count on the platform with the 20 workers walking back and forth is like sort of perfect. It doesn't really... Oh, Jesus Christ, what the hell? Why would you do that, game? What the hell? Well then. I just look over there and it's like, yeah, sure, hospital burning down. Fires, that's not a fire station. Fire station. Fire station. It's like, yeah, sure. Why not? Just burn it down. It's not like there's tons and tons of fire stations next to you. No fire trucks, big oops. There were fire trucks in there. Otherwise those wouldn't have been empty because they burned down with the fire. I mean, they're still in here, they didn't get sent out. Maybe 10 workers is insufficient to put out the hospital. I thought it would send out more vehicles, to be honest, but I guess not. Well, we still have another hospital, so it's fine, I guess. I'm not sure why they didn't send out multiple horse carriages to it. It's not critical, like I said. The other hospital will have to pick up the slack, and it's not winter anymore, so it should be okay. We'll just have to build it up before winter again. That was odd. But yeah. Maybe the worker count was insufficient. They won't be able to reach it if they go to the bus stop looking for healthcare. Only if they go to the train platform looking for healthcare. I'm gonna tell them to go anywhere. Go wherever you want. And then last chance is the train platform. Try to find whatever you want locally and then go, if you can't find it, go to the train platform. Same for you. We already have it set here. That should hopefully focus the people towards the train platform if they can't find what they want, and if they can't find what they want on both sides, they're just going to walk back and forth until their free time is over. Well, that's not going to have any other repercussions, I'm sure. Great. Not loading. Wait. Is there a horse carriage in here that's already loading? Or are you not able to load? Oh no, there's one. Sure. It's gonna give us time to upgrade the road. It probably was the dirt road, right? I really would have liked to see what was happening. Maybe I can... I don't think it was happening on the save at the start. That's already 27 minutes ago. Oh well. We had some weird behavior with the horse carriage fire trucks, where it seemed to accelerate the fire when there's not enough workers on it. I mean, the other fire trucks also seem to do that, but I haven't seen it happen in a while. Oh yeah, sure, food delivery. No biggie. Just take your time. Ugh. Out of vehicle depots. Alright. 4 fewer carriages, please. Republic local my city apartment? That's rude. Okay, this should be fine now. Don't need that many horse carriages waiting, if they can't get to it anyway. Only have one loading gate. Let me know when the demolition is done, then we'll upgrade the road to gravel into the hospital, and then we'll rebuild it. I guess we'll have more workers in the fire stations then. I would imagine the rail construction office might have something similar. If my Republic looks like your apartment, then you have a very long path, apparently, inside your apartment. Okay, bring the resources to everything. We'll build it up later. Let's do 15 too, I guess. Not that... no, not really. Don't have the work account for that here. Until the house has been built. I think it was because there were only... maybe one of the fire engines got repaired, then the other one only went there, but then both of them got removed from the fire station. So both of them burned down. That's true. Can't use the RI pepperoni here. It's gonna take a while. Want to make sure they get close to 100% loyalty. People with minor sentences are not necessarily going to get to 100% loyalty, but if we can get them over 75, that would be nice. I don't want to overburden the people with minor crimes with long sentences though. If you're gaining 4% per tick, That's 5 more ticks. So 20% loyalty. At least you're getting over 50%, I guess. Which isn't bad. The fewer prisoners we have here, the better our wardens can also take care of their loyalty, so the loyalty gain will be increased even more. And I could, in theory, push up the loyalty requirement for the people working in this area. So that would bring up the loyalty even further. If there's enough wardens, then still. Which could be a problem. But if we get 5%, would be even better. Less time in prison, more loyalty distributed into the Republic. Or even higher. Great. So these buildings should also be set to accept only 75 to 100 loyalty, because prison wants 70%, so we don't need to move people in with 50 to 75. That would be a bit of a waste of space in those buildings. They're all told to work in the prison first before looking for other work. Also party HQ in school before looking for other work. Still horse carriage loading. How many are loading on here now? One heading this way, one loading. Got 4 waste wagons loading right now. We can have a little bit of a traffic jam, but not too much. Like 1 extra carriage in front of the building would be fine, so it's ready to go when the one inside the building has finished loading. So we don't have any downtime. We're surely not stuck here unloading, right? I mean, it's gonna have to deal with a lot more hazardous waste for now. But there shouldn't be that much hazardous waste in the waste pile. It's just all hazardous waste from the demolition, because, well, if you demolish a nuclear power plant and there is still a nuclear fuel cell in there, someone would probably declare all of that waste, resulting waste, hazardous waste. I can unload that directly into the waste incinerator, that works fine. Okay, keep doing that. Population went down a little bit, I think. 100 people. Hope it's not from the hospital collapse, but it might be. There's a bunch of hazardous waste in the city now. Even if it's relatively small quantities. Okay, I guess in the meantime we can keep building and prepping the infrastructure a bit when the people move in, and we want to also build up the rest of the area. We're not assigning the other buildings yet. Just so we can get things done. This would be the second house we're going to build. And then we build into this area, building the secret police, fire station. I don't know about the orphanage still, like I said. think the orphanage here would be overkill. Could close this off nicely, but I don't know. I might change it later on, I guess. Don't have to build it. We can wait and build up the housing around the temporary area first. Do the groundwork of the residential building. Okay, I think the construction office for workers here will be switched over to only do maintenance now. No, this one's undergoing maintenance. That's your job. You're not supposed to send people out that far. I hate it. Why are you assigned to this? You're not even allowed to build that. The religion of cured sausage, yeah. Come on, population, hold strong. The hospital burning down was pretty bad. Doesn't really affect anyone's life expectancy. Let's check with a water well to see what the approximate pollution in this area is. Oh, it's bad. It's real... Well, it's the heating plant, I think. Nope. This is real bad here, I think. Might be the heating plant, though. No, this heating plant is not as bad. The area in here is still terrible between the two heating plants. I guess it's just adding on top of the pollution, but it's not too bad. Like, otherwise I would have expected this life expectancy to already, like, crash really hard. And it hasn't done so yet. They're doomed, yeah. It's over. Well, hospital collapse. Looks like the run's over, GG. Is there anyone else assigned here? Are you... Yeah, you're all assigned, that's fine. Someone was unassigned though. Who's not assigned? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and mixers. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and no mixers. Mixers were missing, I guess. Train platform for passengers would be really nice. But no, we're gonna use the residential building. Unless something bad happens. This is gonna take a while. But at least now we have the maximum amount of horse carriages we need. With no higher amount than necessary. I guess all the demo offices could also be on like fast speed because they're like spending a lot of time loading here, which is when their stamina would recover. 50 more trips. Let's go. At least the construction will be fast. You're also assigned. It's not okay. Like someone weird is sending out workers when it should be you. But you're returning right now because you went to the whole wrong place to do maintenance. Or like construction work even, like building factory connections out here. I mean, all groundwork materials are there, so I guess we can finish the footpaths now as well. For maintenance, I don't think you need more than one horse carriage. Still assigned yourself to stuff. Electric substation southeast. I guess that's true. Factory connection, roads. I'm gonna get rid of all of this for you. Just stop working on things. Yeah, I guess we'll keep building the roads towards all the buildings that we would like to have. And this whole water setup here. More workers in the food factory. This warning is like the wake-up call, pretty much. At least it should be. You go send people to the food factory and distillery and then elsewhere. Running out of workers here. Could be that we don't have enough people with low loyalty anymore. Or our population is just dropping. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. I don't think we're gonna get this built before winter. Better. Better. Other things are probably going to suffer now for lack of workers, but what can you do? Doesn't look as impressive when we zoom out. But we are approaching the loyalty of our migrant workers. Very slowly. Giving everyone a university education, I think, is in our best interest, because that's twice the loyalty boost that we can give to people. Average loyalty right now is 47%. Minimum loyalty is going to be 60% for what will be spewed out by the university, I think. Because that's the minimum loyalty requirement for the professors. Might pull some other students down in loyalty, but overall, we're focusing on the average, not the peak. The peak loyalty is improved by prison. The more people with higher education we have, the more people with higher education will be released from prison with 100% loyalty. The auto import of food did not kick in. It should have. I thought I set it to automatically import food if our warehouse drops below 10%, but I guess I turned that off. I probably need more of this build style. Lots of row houses. I think we're gonna build it before winter. Maybe. Did it have like 150 tons or 60 tons of waste before? So we do make good progress on the demolition. It's just unfortunate that it only has one loading/unloading gate. We can't use more than that. Let's drop some more dumpers in here. Didn't I move them in here? They are on their way, I don't see them. Weirdly. Fire protection wise, this area has more importance than what we're building at the moment. If something burns down here, yes, it'll be annoying, but if something burns down in the temporary construction sector, it's gonna be expensive and more annoying. Except if it's like the horse veterinary, I guess. That one isn't too bad. That is quite the path between two settlements. Trucks will unlock in 7 years. But as mentioned before, if we want to have any modern vehicles more modern than what we currently have, well, currently we're gonna have to say we have to produce them ourselves, even though that might change, like, at some point. If I can't keep up with the research points, I don't think so though. I think if the megacity grows population-wise quite well, we can spend 3-4 points and get road vehicle and rail vehicle construction, and then we can invest money into making our own types of vehicles. Especially with the steel mill. Once we start making cheap Russell trucks, could be quite good. Wish the game had language support for every communist countries. I guess? I don't know what the language options are. Up to 3,000 citizens for the auxiliary settlement is what I would be fine with. Be really heartwarming for the Laos. Maybe. I don't know if they... I don't know what the popularity of this game is in other countries. Germany is fairly high. Not sure about other ones. This game sometimes passes CS2. Yes, but CS2 is also not as popular because of reasons. First game is still way more popular, I think. Seems like the new developer is doing good initial work. I hope they keep it up. The new developer for CS2, City Skylines 2. But yeah, for me, I'll probably wait until the next sale if it is maintained well, I guess. I don't think so on the base game. I just think it's too expensive for an incomplete product right now. If it was everything they were planning on doing, which they didn't finish before the game released, then I think it would be perfectly priced, but yeah. I'll probably buy it in a sale below 20 euros at some point. If that ever happens. With Paradox these days, I don't think so, but who knows. I tried it on a free weekend. It was just like plop stuff down, get pretty city. Dopamine. I didn't get dopamine. Didn't work for me. Dopaminium was not achieved. City Skylines 2. I mentioned it very briefly. Hello, Sancho. Since we're comparing workers and resources, I don't think it's going to be Counter-Strike. Well, it might be. Who knows, like... I don't think workers and resources has more players and viewers than Counter-Strike, though. That's a good amount of workers. If the horse carriage gets in here every now and then, can bring a full load of people forward. And eventually we're done with all the roads and footpaths. And then the worker pool can pile up here, and we can then think about adding more horse carriages to bring workers to this area. I mean, realistically, we'll build everything up, groundworks, bring the resources here, and then probably just build up the residential building and shopping center, and of course the warehouse, and that's a lot of stuff. I don't know. I want to have stuff prepared so when people get here they can just move in, walk onto construction sites and build everything up basically. Should I buy early start? Depends on where you are on workers and resources right now. Like, it makes the game slower, more difficult. It also adds a lot more content to it. And if you like the idea of early 20th century a lot, then yes. But if you are in the area right now where you're still getting to grips with the game and are saying, this is slow paced, I'm trying realism mode, it takes so long, then steam trains are cool? Yes, then yes, buy it. Right now. I bought it for the steam trains basically. And also because I wanted slower gameplay. There you go. Steam trains. A lot of them. Everything you see here is unmodded basically, except the start date. We started in 1880 with a mod. But all the vehicles, buildings, everything else is unmodded. We're currently on the beta branch. Public beta branch, which gives us access to a smaller rail construction office, a smaller early start prison, and other things, but otherwise it's all part of the base game now or eventually. Early start review is still mixed. I don't know about that. Early start. It's mostly positive recently. 72. The overall rating will take time to change because people who did review half a year ago or whenever it released are not going to change their review. They might have moved on. But yeah. The more loyalty we have, the more productivity we have and happiness, the more efficiency we also have in our orphanages and the more people we can put into them. Would be nice if we could use the loyalty gain. I don't think I have enough people with 50% loyalty for that though. But I guess we could reduce the loyalty loss a bit. If there's a couple with sufficient loyalty, it would still help. We don't need that much sports enjoyment after all. The problem is going to be just the culture decrease and the happiness drop. I'm going to stay away from that. Sure, just keep it that way, it's fine. Wait, you said you loaded hazardous waste, but then you unloaded mixed waste. That's the amount of... I guess the amount of like hazardous waste is so small that it sometimes even doesn't register when they're unloading. Yeah, see here? Picking up hazardous waste. Not even any hazardous waste in it anymore. It's all fine. Lots of construction waste, obviously. Maybe the hazardous waste already all rotted away. It was so little. Yeah, hospital surrounded by residential buildings is, I think, a good idea. Let's see what the higher density housing will do in the megacity. $30 tons, 15 transportation tasks. Then we can start with the reconstruction. Once all the groundwork materials are here, I guess I'll upgrade the road afterwards. Should be able to just build that with people living in the area, I'm pretty sure.
I'm still worried about the money, but I think we're okay. Total amount of money owed, almost back down to 2 million, 6 million at the ready. Seems fine. Could still expand our alcohol production at some point. You know what I could do? Wait until loaded for alcohol at the alcohol distillery. Drop it off into the alcohol kiosk and then unload it here into the warehouse, basically. If a train is there, it's gonna load it all, and the horse carriage will wait until loaded again. How many orphanages could I run in a polluted city like this? No. Okay. Don't start burning more stuff down. A lot of fire now. I want the vitamin research. I want to see if that works. Then maybe stroke and heart attacks. But more realistically, we probably need vehicle production so we can at least have a couple modernized trucks in our city once they become available. No, I think pollution management is going to be really important. I think this incinerator setup can still maintain our financial situation for quite a bit of population growth. We just don't want to run into the situation where it's unable to maintain it, because then we're in a... well, we have a problem if we don't have anything else making money. But yeah, this run is not about making tons and tons of money. I just want to have enough money to do what I want. But I don't want the amount of rubles to start shooting up into the, like, tens of millions. Until the inflation is so high where it makes sense to have that as a safety buffer. September. 9 more pickups. We'll have 2 I'll have like a month to build before it gets cold, and then another month before the pollution kicks in. It's probably alright. And like I said, we do have a second hospital. It's just like unfortunate that it took a whole year to like clean up and rebuild. Didn't stop anything else, I guess. It'll lock down some of the concrete mixers once it starts getting built, but shouldn't be anything too bad. The downside of long rail construction vehicles. Thankfully, it's fine right now. So if we can finish the demolition until start of October maybe, and then finish the construction until start of November, we'd be okay. Looks like the buildings with very high loyalty are pretty much full. I guess we'll switch this one over too. Low loyalty can all move in somewhere in the center and down here. High loyalty will be kept up north, furthest away from the pollution as possible. Yeah, we're just loading mixed waste now. I think the hazardous waste went all away. Even the ash is like did get dissipated, I guess. Wait until all groundwork materials are there, then upgrade the road while local workforce are gonna build it up, I guess. Should be the best method, I guess. You are very exhausted. You probably need a couple more horse carriages then. Distribution office is getting overloaded. I just wanted to try and see if the checkbox modified the loading speed. Would have been silly if it did. Unemployment due to small children. Can't reach a kindergarten from here. Kindergarten next to the alcohol kiosk. As usual. High birth rate leading into winter. I hope the orphanages are gonna be at good capacity. This took so long. Could bring down the minimum loyalty requirement for studying a bit to make sure we always have a queue of students. And even if the other students don't finish their education, if they have started it and they don't get quite to 55% loyalty, they might have still gained a little bit of loyalty, I guess. We just don't want to like extremely overburden this, because I don't want to employ more people in the party HQ. But it is still one way where we gain loyalty, so might as well use it. That took a while. We got a month. November is when like pollution starts affecting our people and they want healthcare. I don't know if we can build this in a month. Put it on high priority for sure. Assign the secondary maintenance construction office too. Flat maintenance has also priority. Otherwise that'll make people angry. But the kindergarten can wait. A little bit of unemployment due to small children is not the end of the world. We can build all the train tracks. The only thing we will need is the coal unloading station and later on iron. Yeah, I think I'll rebuild this probably a bit. The initial workforce is not going to run the steel mill. If we tuck the steel mill in at an angle, we could have trains running off of this corner right into the steel mill basically. To pick up the steel. But then we would have to have another corner out of it. This way it would be parallel, I guess. I mean, we'll figure something out. Oh, Black Moondove, feeling alright? Hope you're having a good Saturday too. It's 15 days already into October. And we haven't brought the materials to the groundworks yet, so yes, this is not going to finish. Not even until snowfall, I don't think. Could be a problem. And that one unloading station inside the hospital means it'll take a while to get built with that much material needed to set it up. I don't know if the larger hospital needs even more. I mean, of course it needs more. It needs 275 tons of bricks. It also only has one loading and unloading station. That thing would take ages. Maybe something we can have in the MegaCity once we have a couple trucks running construction work. So resource deliveries into the building would be a bit better. The way resources are delivered is going to be so slow that we might be finishing the groundworks the same time the last resource gets delivered. So there's not going to be any time to upgrade the road. I mean, I can still upgrade the road. That one would take not that much. I don't think it was the reason for the fire to burn down the facility, but I still think, for just since it's a permanent building, it's not a clinic, it should have a proper road into it. That's a lot of horse carriages. The passenger ones aren't really necessary, but they don't take that much time to load and unload, I guess. Still a bit of wasted time here. I mean, they unload as quickly as any other horse carriage, I guess, because the resource quantities are so small and low. What are the open hull carriages doing? Nothing. I'm getting stuck again. What the hell? I have to monitor that, like, that might be worth a bug report. That seems really weird, that keeps happening. Was the second time. Something is odd with the pathing in there. If the building isn't completely full of horse carriages. We had it being full and it was fine, but if there's only 8 out of 12, seems to be odd. No, it's not turning to quicksand. You just get completely locked up and block each other from leaving the building. Until I remove one of them and then they work fine again. Yeah, we'll have time to upgrade the road, I think. I mean, depends on what I want. If I want the hospital to be done faster, I shouldn't upgrade the road. Could have the hospital without the ambulances, basically. Because then... I mean... No, we should do the road before the building is done. I don't want it to burn down again. Even if the road upgrade is just a minor thing. Who knows what the game would do with a fire showing up at a moment's notice. Got a free technical office with 2 plows, and they often get stuck as well. Free technical office, I didn't have that happen yet, but I haven't used snow plows in such a long time either. Should probably report that, yeah. Don't technical services send vehicles out by one if there's a free one? I thought they did. Well, I hope the groundworks will be done when we check again. And by that I mean all the resources should be delivered. I would like to then trigger the upgrade of the road in front of it, while the local workers are building it up. Oh, I can't even think about how long the large hospital would take. With just a single loading-unloading station. It's like 4 times as big, almost. At least brick-wise, which is the majority of delivery. 2.5 years, probably. I know it's probably gonna take like a year of construction. We did the construction here from start of October to end of November for the groundworks. But yeah, the brick deliveries, boards and steel, still gonna take some time. Now it's gravel delivery, and then we do the road upgrade. Okay. Hold strong hospital. Sheesh. I don't know. A queue in front of the indoor pool is maybe a good chance to for someone to commit a crime. So we can gain someone with another 100% loyalty. Okay, now the population count is dropping a bit. For higher and basic education with 75 to 100% loyalty. Not too much yet, but I did change the settings for these 3 buildings as well. So very high loyalty is getting balanced out between a couple more structures now. Did they get stopped again? No, they're still moving. Okay, 1 horse carriage is waiting. It can recover. It's not due to repair, it's just idle, which is good. Guess we caught up with the delivery of crops now to the horse feeders. Oh, George Rockland. Welcome. Procrastinator. Welcome. It's the first part of the megacity? Yes. One residential building for permanent construction, and a bunch of temporary stuff to get it running. So we can have local construction workers, basically, and just need to deliver the resources into this area to build everything up. And the fire station would then also be supplied with local workers, hopefully. Finally, your snow railways can be filled with the snow and you can finish building them. Yes, it's my snow railways. Right. Oh, the white ones. Well, the majority of white train tracks are not going to be upgraded yet. We'll need our line to the citizen good unloading station and our line to the heating plant unloading station. It's going to be oversized. Way oversized for its initial purpose, but it is meant to grow. Main part of this is going to be the unloading for the steel mill. So the coal and iron trains will be running hopefully continuously. And of course the other hospital is going through reconstruction, which means it'll be less efficient at treating patients, or like fewer patients, I guess. It's all coming together. We plan for the long rails that is not going under the bridge. These ones? They're going onto the right side of the city, entering the city maybe on this side, if we need a train track connection over here where the trains can do a loop. If they want to get to the customs house from something that is in this area, like heating plants or anything. We have another entry into the city, or maybe along this outer line, going to the western customs houses. It is not sure yet how they will be used, but they're an option. The other lines, these ones, are supposed to like also go back over the water at some point. But not yet. We need to start actually having a population in here. I'll have to take a bit of a break. I gotta take a phone call. I don't think my BRB screen is working. Nope, it's not working. So I'll just hide my face, I guess, while I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. What's up, Mega Monkey? Going to bed? Lying down? It was just a 5-minute break, like I said. Shouldn't have been too long. Not sure why Stream Elements is falling over, but... Okay, you're happy again. Good, good, good. My away screen isn't working. I have that one implemented from Stream Elements, and Stream Elements doesn't seem to have those available because of an outage or something. Or maybe they updated something and I need to correct that. I guess I'll find out later today or tomorrow when I stream again after a break. And I mean, I can try and like activate it, but it says like there's an error when I try to overlay it, so it doesn't know what's at the end at the website. And I mean, Stream Elements also didn't react today to the stream starting, but at least the chatbot still worked, so that's nice. Not that I use those things like for my stream, what's it called? Identity. Blinky is local and Blinky is there, so everything's fine, I guess. That's why there was no starting soon screen at the start of today. Yeah. A large hospital construction would probably take a full year. And could cause huge traffic issues, so it would probably be best to be at a dead-end road or before everything else is done. And I would definitely have a fire station next to it with enough workers. You should be... 15 is fine. Really wish White burned down, but sometimes it happens. And then you either deal with it or load a save game. Both things are viable. The second one might give you an indicator on why things went wrong. When it's on fire and not getting enough people. I assume that's what happens, I don't even know. Could be something else. I'll need a waste storage for the fire station. I'm not sure if it can access it over the road here. We'll have to wait until both roads are done. Only this road needs to be done. Then we will see if... Actually, wait, I can try it a different way. I can try and hook it up to this. Oh yeah, it'll be in range. We'll be fine. We can have a waste storage somewhere out here. And it should connect to the fire station. I don't want to connect it to the heating plant necessarily. But maybe I'll just put a large waste storage out here and it'll deal with both, I guess. I think the waste inside the heating plant is only citizen waste anyway. Maybe a bit of ash, but I don't even know. Coming from Factorio, is it possible to make a train waiting queue with a few tracks of same length? Will the trains all back up waiting for track A, ignore B and C? You can have a waiting queue, which is what we're planning here. So there's multiple stations in the area that I'll use to line up. The only thing you need to do is have a chain signal in front of it, and then the train arrives at the chain signal, sees which one is free, and that's where it'll go. Wait a minute. No, this is fine, yeah. So that's the way I'm gonna do it. I'll have a chain signal here, and it'll only enter this area once one of the directions that it wants to go to is clear. Behind it, I'm merging those again, and then I have a waypoint that the train is going to go to. So in this case, it'll split up that single train track into 4 lanes, and those will be then 2 lanes going through the unloading station. So I'll have 2 waiting lanes for coal and 2 waiting lanes for iron, and they'll be told to go to these waypoints. So they'll only use those two waiting lines. At least that's how I hope it will work. I have not built it that way before. Usually I split it up before and send it to a waypoint before the waiting lane, but I think this will probably work too. Is my hope. One thing you might want to do then is turn off like traffic jam warnings, otherwise you're going to get constant warnings about the trains waiting on a piece of track. The game will inform you if they wait too long and don't move. And if you have very long trains, that will probably be for a while. That trains might be standing around and not doing anything. Fire station, hospital. We'll need to gain access to water, sewage, electricity here. That's what they should be building too, if they can. I think I'll leave it that way with the orphanage. I think we can close this off and maybe have a playground here. More houses on this side. It looks okay. We'll figure something out. But yeah, we definitely need an area with like probably half a dozen orphanages. Every orphan needs to be saved. Still looking okay. I guess we had a lot of death happening, and now the new people that got born and are living right now have not reached the age yet where a life expectancy of close to 50 might be killing them quickly enough. Seems to be alright. And yeah, looks like having that one hospital was good enough. Keeping everything afloat. Redundancy, I guess. Interesting, sounds cool. Train tools are nice, but seem hard to implement. Technics can do a lot, just take some creativity and understanding of their interaction. Hard to implement? I mean, I find Factorio harder to implement. It's whatever you're used to. Like, in Factorio, just like going around and placing the signals. I think there's like an auto-placing tool for long distances. That's kind of convenient, but otherwise, since you're all running around as a character until you have drones and cameras everywhere, it's a bit clunky. Get stuck at a grade passing, waiting for a merchandise train to pass, took a whole 10 minutes. Ooh. Yeah, it's different kind. When I start building in a way where the sun looks really nice when it shines onto the buildings, then I might be overdoing it, but I'm thinking about that right now. Like, the sun isn't really shining into these houses, but then again we only have the sun rising and setting in the east, so not that easy to do, I guess. I'm going to try and see what happens when I recall them and send them out again at the same time. Let me drop a save here, see if it happens. See what happens. This time it worked, I guess. Sort of. I'm gonna refresh a loan so I don't run out of money, especially not during winter season. We paid it down to 2.2 million, 2.25 million. Not bad. The loan we took out had less interest rate than the previous one. So the game thinks we're doing well. Since we're not paying as much interest as previously. My god, like getting a MegaCity started in the map center, that is so much work. I need 2 research points to get to road vehicle construction, I think. The first one would be engineering, unlocking mechanical components factory. And then nothing in here unlocks anything else or any gameplay functionality. Road vehicle production would be the next one, and then we could start making trucks, or prepare to start making trucks in 1912-ish. So we might save the No, I want the 1910 or the 5,000 citizens research point to go towards vitamins too. I'm probably not going to do the splitting up of population thing that I said I would, where it's only one city that counts, because it's going to be annoying to keep track of. It's much easier to just look at this and see, oh yeah, we've reached 5,000. But definitely only one research point for one settlement. I'm not going to get another one for the MegaCity center. Reconstruction in progress is fine. Down to 32% higher educated. I mean, we had a birth rate increase. I guess that's bound to happen. Yeah, orphanages would have to be designed to function optimally. I think a bus stop could make it work, but then it's like planning for excess workers to go there instead of having it as a regular workplace. Or a house, like sufficient houses around the orphanage, and then the only way the workers from those buildings get out is through a bus stop. Excess workers should be able to go to the bus platform. And from there decide to, yep, I'm going to work in the orphanage too, or somewhere else, I guess. Yeah, for passenger trains the end station works okay. Once it has like 4 train cars, I don't think I would use the end station anymore. Then it would start looking silly, I think. I think the southern part of the city is going to be construction sector and probably our first power plant for the local power supply, so the train route can then also dispatch a loop for a coal train down this way. Maybe even off of the unloading of the steel mill. But we will probably unload coal at the power plant first and then bring the train up to go into the unloading for the steel mill. / heating plant. Went a little bit higher. And the drop-off is not as high as last time. Do you have a goal population-wise for the megacity? 100,000 would be a goal. It's not necessarily like the end point, but I've never built a city that large. Even the previous megacity stopped at 80,000-ish because of performance issues. But if you reach that goal and it's still fun, I wouldn't have any issues like with continuing to keep going. It just should be like an attainable goal, and I think the PC should be able to handle it. But I would like to build the city wide instead of tall. University student in the orphanage got put into the orphanage probably because the parents committed crime, and now the school is fighting the loyalty drop of the orphanage to keep that student inside the university. Lots of maintenance. Brick buildings have higher priority. The flats, I mean. Otherwise the people get really mad if their building is undergoing reconstruction and they are spending like half a year to do so. Not that great. It's gonna be funny when in the future I will slap down like a heating plant and build a city around it, and people are gonna join the stream, don't know anything about it, and like wait for it to like fail because of population drop. Then it's gonna be really funny when it actually happens because I forget something. I'm gonna be like, no, I know what I'm doing, and then it's gonna fail, and it'll be like, shouldn't have built the heating plant inside the city. The large heating plant in the center of MegaCity is the upgraded version of this. The houses are going to be slightly further away, but it's going to make a lot more pollution. And I hope it'll work. But there could still be complications, especially once the steel mill starts running, I guess. That's why we're testing this. I think I could run more orphanages. Right now they're not full yet, but it's still early in the year. Pollution is still rampant. Yeah, this area is struggling a little bit. For being so far away from the heating plant, but in general this area is... yeah. I was gonna say not doing as hot, but that would be a pun and we don't do those here apparently. Just had a little bit of a lack of workers in here, I guess. It's fine. Is keeping the lifespan short a good way to keep good loyalty without any radio or TV? The short lifespan is maybe a good way to not have criminality build up because your criminals will die earlier. It doesn't help with loyalty, no. We're still maintaining a decent amount of loyalty, but that is because our people who are very loyal are mostly kept up here where the pollution is minimal. And they're trying to propagate loyalty onto all new school children and students and so on. But the orphanages are currently dropping loyalty, which is why we're, I guess, struggling. If we had enough loyal people, we could even run these in loyalty boosting mode. But I don't think I can do that. I would have to start filling these houses with very loyal people. And I'm not sure if we have those. I'm basically waiting to see what happens to our free flats, like... if these start filling up... We'll allow high loyalty in here now. Oh, some people moved in right away. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, we had people with high loyalty waiting inside the student hall. Okay, sure. We'll build up a good amount of loyalty and start running the orphanages with high loyalty too, and then we can hopefully start boosting loyalty in general. So you're going to work in the orphanages, and if you can't, then you work somewhere else. I don't know why you are like high loyalty, higher educated, but I guess it was about the efficiency of things. Not that that is like a good thing, I don't think. The work doesn't really require it. Once we get over 50% average loyalty, I think we're like stable. Not that we're not stable right now, but I think, yeah, the prison is doing really well, even at the reduced sentences. Releasing people with over 70% loyalty is pretty good. And they moved in here. You're also gonna be high loyalty. We'll try and slowly feed in very loyal people working in the orphanage, and then once we know that these buildings are average 50% loyalty, then we can probably increase the minimum loyalty requirement for the orphanages. I mean, 35% would probably be a nice thing. I don't think we have many workers right now that are below that. And that might reduce the loyalty drain a bit. We won't get any loyalty, but it reduces the loyalty negative. Which means our monuments can work better, which means that our orphans will release with around 30 to 35 loyalty. And the loyalty they gain from the school might also play a significant role. But I am trying to concentrate the highest loyalty inside the party HQ if possible. I thought it would be best to have it in the school, because then it goes out to the broadest amount of population. And I guess it still is. But I think just having a lot of highly educated, highly loyal people is better. Let's try going for 70% now. They do need to finish the reconstruction. University is a bit inefficient. But we're starting at 40%, so they have plenty of time to do that. It's just the reduced productivity that's annoying, I guess. Okay, the hospital we may do without, but it's still going to be useful to have because apparently they can burn down and cause problems. I think we're getting more workers now via train. Over 20 is pretty good. I can basically let people move in with less than 25% loyalty. No, it's productivity, Igor. That's not the correct word. I know what, no, pause that one, that's fine. We don't need that one right now. This road, yep. We need to go to the aggregate unloading station at some point. It's for Songs of Six, very vital stat to care about. Yes, it's like an audio cue, you need to zoom in and listen to it. These houses are just terrible. 43 years of life expectancy. Is it gonna drop even further? Like, how low does it go for the person living here right now? Not even going to a doctor, huh? Risky. $41. Yeah, these houses are terrible. 41 years of life expectancy, if everyone drops down to that amount, is pretty horrid. 43 in 1906 doesn't seem that bad. Well, it's bad for our... It's bad for our... sustaining our population is what I mean. Let's see if it goes even further down. Like, if it drops below 40, we might have to condemn those buildings. Oh, you're visiting a doctor. Useful. But if we know life expectancy is over 40, 41, we can see the impact of vitamins, maybe. They clearly like alcohol in prison time. True, true. We could improve their health by taking the alcohol away, I guess. Clearly it's the alcohol that's the issue. And they're getting food before going to the hospital. Good. A healthy 400-meter walk, get some fresh air, breathe in some spicy air. 43% health, up to 52. Health lifespan of 45, no problem. go work in the food factory, breathe in some more spicy air. Loyalty went up to 30. There's the alcohol. Hello Soaker. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. 40 is good for 1876, 45 is good for 1900, for 1906 should be 48. Looking at historical stats. I mean, our average life expectancy is way higher than that. It's 67 right now. We're just looking at the worst part of town, I guess. This is the most dilapidated, the most polluted area of our town right now. But if we can maintain 43, I guess that would be fine. The question is, what is the ratio between polluted area to like somewhat healthy area that we need to maintain to keep our population growth high? Clearly they need to have a child. And then that child will go to the orphanage, most likely. Got a place like that near my city, call it Germantown. Sounds very industrious. At least the loyalty is coming up. Lifespan of 38, that's pretty bad. That's because the alcohol addiction went up, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, 38 is maybe a bit low. I hope you go to the hospital. We built it that way. You should be able to go to the hospital like every day. Yep, current demand is visiting doctor. Only visiting doctor, apparently. Alcohol addiction went up 10%. Yeah, it's like... There's no other reason for his life expectancy to drop down so much. He only went to visit the doctor today. Crazy. How much does health drop because of alcohol? 6%. Yeah, pollution is only 2%. We clearly need to deal with the alcohol. We need to make alcohol better. So vitamins, maybe better alcohol. We can keep people healthy that way. We just need better, cleaner alcohol. And some vitamin gummies. That'll be fine. Was supposed to be glassmakers and basket weavers, but all of them left in 1760 as indentured servants to the state of Maine. But none kept its name. Ah. Baby alcohol. I don't know what that is, but sure. Almost done with the hospital. But yeah, one hospital is fine. I guess now the other one can burn down, so we always have like one hospital ready to go. I'm gonna have to buy a bunch of horse ambulances though. I mean, I could also make them myself. But I don't know the cost savings on that. Seems like crops are quite cheap. And I was planning on having that in the area. The city is not going to grow much more. I don't know. I think the MegaCity would make its own horse carriages and then slowly advance to vehicle production for motor carriages. Horseless motor carriages. So it's like 100 rubles per carriage. Is it that low? Then I guess we'll wait. I mean, the savings on the horses would be more. The carriages is quite cheap. The horse is like what costs the most, I think. You can see like the price going up a lot. So from one horse to two horses is another 1,200, which means that the horse carriage itself is like 500 bucks. So each horse costs us 1,200. Horse breeding from crops and then exporting the horses, maybe? Depends on how much they sell for. Okay, I mean, it was like, I don't know, I think it was like 30 or 40 tons of crops per horse. 40 times 70. 2,800. That doesn't seem right. What could be good by making them is getting all black horses to get speed. I don't care about speed right now, no. I'm running the trains. Like, the horses are not supposed to go fast, they're supposed to go consistently. And maybe exporting them would be a nice thing to do, but don't think we can make that work. We can build horses from raw crops? Yes. Like cows. There's no breeding simulation in this game. You're manufacturing horses in a horse breeder. It takes crops and it makes more horses. You don't have to worry about the details. We have to slow down our distribution of very loyal people, otherwise we're going to run out of loyal people running the prison, university and school. All you need is the blueprints, exactly. Weren't you paying attention in biology class? The flowers and the blueprints. That's basic biology. What a shameful lack of details. What about having to deliver full tanks of suspicious liquid? I don't think you can ask for that resource in workers and resources. That would be pushing it a bit too much. I think that I think there might be some pushback by the developer. Legitimately, I would say. Okay, apparently this is not correctly connected to the road. I'll have to redo that one. There we go. Could add milk as kids' food. I think you could do a lot more with milk, like make cheese and other things, but They don't want to like overcomplicate it with like crazy diverse food type production. Like what is the demand of cheese gonna be? What is the nation gonna do when there's a lack of cheese? You don't have to worry about specifics. Milk is part of the food factory. It's all inclusive. They just don't like realism, right? You mean bread? Okay, never mind. I'll actually apologize for that joke attempt. Hospital coming back. No refrigeration yet, so probably more cheese than milk. Cheese, I mean, yeah. True. Cheese and butter. Pun police will show up. No, please. I have a license. Concealed pun license. Would be somewhat fun to have alternatives, like you can provide beans, milk, meat as alternatives, but they don't want to make it more complex. Probably mostly no one wants that. Yeah. Like a citizen can demand good other than food for improving happiness, I could see. Furniture was like a big one. Extra use for wood. Because wood is very underused. But multiple versions of food factories? I don't know. Would be getting quite complicated. I hope for workers and resources too, the ability to mod in more resource types is gonna be, or like resource types being more dynamic. So they could be modded would be something they think about. In-game goals to make everyone extra happy. Extra happy is too much. That doesn't sound right. Is furniture on the roadmap? I don't think so. I don't remember the roadmap. I guess here we will need more horse carriages for waste transportation. Maybe no more types of factories, but more chains single factory can do depending on raw resources. Yeah, that would be nice. I just think the balance would be kind of weird. Like you would have to like define different behaviors of like, I guess there would be no more generic food resource, and if you add cheese, otherwise you would have food and cheese, and then people are gonna be like, well, you do have food and meat, I guess. What would be a resource that is like food and meat? I don't think cheese would fit the bill. Food? I mean, I guess food I would switch to canned food or something, and maybe add some metal resource consumption, and then you would have like meat and maybe could have vegetables, for example, and those would like spoil if they're not refrigerated. Or they're like really easy to farm, but they spoil anyway. Really easy to farm is overstating it. Easier to farm, like, I don't know. Yeah, it would get too much, I think, get too complicated. It would balance the economy in a whole different direction. Come on, finish the university. Maintenance. Food for bread. Yeah. Well, as the hospital is back, we got more ambulances, hopefully better coverage. Soviet Republic, are they meant to be happy? They're supposed to be content. I think happiness is like, I don't know, immeasurable. Happiness is if they are over 100% happy, I guess. Oh, hello, Scott. Sheesh. Calm down. How are you doing? I could give them poor... Now that I think about it, is poor quality drinking water doable? Like, could we just slap a water well here and then carry it... Oh god. I'm gonna give them poor quality drinking water. Like, we build up one water well and... Or the large water well and just give them drinking water out of this in the beginning. No, not poor quality drinking water. Poor. Although the quality of this is probably going to be quite close to that. Because quality of water 85%. It's going to be quite chunky. But it might be better than no drinking water. I wonder if our healthcare could keep up with that. While we're building up the city and the water purification. Because I have not built up, like I've tried once, years ago, to build up a settlement with just the highest quality water out of the ground that we could muster. 95%. And after a year, everyone was like dying. And maybe it was because of the lack of healthcare and not because of other things. Maybe it is possible to run poor quality water to a village so you don't need water purification. I have to try that. I want to try that right now, but I can't build another settlement. Could you just add a second production to a food factory that just makes food from milk? Well, would you make milk out of crops, or would you put livestock in there? Does the livestock get consumed when it makes milk? How does it work? It's not as simple. Pursuit of happiness is defined in the Bill of Rights as the pursuit of wealth. So for Soviets, that's a bridge too far for the citizens. Bill of Rights has pursuit of wealth as happiness? So it's like legally entrenched capitalism, I guess. Almond milk. Yeah, Or we just make tofu, which is made out of bean milk, I guess. Did you start with nothing built? Yes, but we started in 1880. Hello, Thunder. And the goal is to build a city at the center of the map, which is taking up most of our time to get to it. So we have one auxiliary settlement, and now we're trying to build to the center and actually get up a city running. And then that city should have 100,000 people at the very least. Broad, not tall. Still, you can be that close to residential? Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. Life expectancy of people living here drops down to below 40 at some point, so not necessarily. But that's also because we have 2 heating plants in the area. I think the food factory or distillery itself could be that close if no heating plants were involved. But I'm trying to push it to a historically appropriate settlement where everyone's living in misery. It's a shame you can't sell power to the rest of the world yet. Yeah. I don't think importing coal and selling power would be a wise idea right now, though. But I am planning on having power plants in the MegaCity center, so we don't need the power connection to the outside. The power plants are going to be very important, and that might be an industry that I need redundancy for. Population is a bit on the downside. Not much now. It's hovering. But until June, we're still dealing with the after effects of the pollution, basically. Lifespan is now coming up, but last tick, May 20th, we still had a ton of pollution happening. At some point it's going to go away, though. But it's not dropping much. Not for what the settlement has been going through. It's a community thing that wants to keep all pollution from the residents. It can be done. You don't have to max the health category. I was planning that, but since I'm playing with something called low-tech, I don't have the research points right now to do the research in the medical university. I want vitamins. Probably alcohol standards. Because alcohol reduces health by a lot too. On average 5.1% per person. And the stroke and heart attack prevention. I think that's killing people. When is the next tech point? 5,000 citizens. We need more people. Started with the game earlier state, not a mod. I started with a mod date. I have the Time Master mod, so I can easily move time back and forth. Wouldn't mind having this game having a multiplayer mod, that would be nice, but yeah, I think that's out of scope probably. You say it's possible to have a city with pollution. I say we test and see if we can have a city with a steel mill at the center. Let's see how bad it gets. We'll also need the technical university point for reducing pollution from chimneys. More time with horses, yep. Although in 1937 is going to be the last time when we can buy them. By that point we will have to start making them ourselves if we're still running with horses, I guess. People voted. We're not going through with the era, we're going our own pace. If we want to have more modern vehicles, we have to make them ourselves. 1 where one of you is the Western player and another is Eastern player. I'll play the same. I think a co-op gameplay. Yeah, you could start different settlements, maybe have your own money. I don't know. How much do you sell horses for? I don't know. I think 1,000. Do wish they would have given us a vehicle tree. 4 year things come out In mine I think I have had only one thing. Availability. Would be nice if you could sort this by date, I guess, but can't sort it by date. I really want to sort by date. Start date. Just being able to build on the same map would have been great. Pretty so few city builders have co-op at all for any quality. It's just really hard to do. Like, if you're having any randomness in your simulation, your city builder would have to be pretty much deterministic for everything to function correctly, and then that makes it quite hard. It would have to be a city builder with the Factorio engine, then it would be glorious. Okay, yeah, we're gonna try polluted water, I guess, as drinking water. Until they have water purification up. So they will have water, they will have heating, no sewage handling. I guess I could build a temporary sewage discharge. Let's do that. We can drop a sewage discharge in somewhere here. They can drop sewage in on this side for now. Just needs a road connection and that'll be fine. Then we have a sewage discharge too. They can build that up. So they will have water, poor quality water, they will have sewage, they will have electricity, heating, they have to build up themselves. But everything should be ready to go, at least with groundworks. I need to wait until all the roads are done, then we will stop, and the power line, I guess. Because then we will stop using the workers that get delivered here. Right now they're all being picked up for building those infrastructure projects. Once that is done, we can focus on only using the workers for the fire station and start building the delivery area for the citizen goods, the shopping center, then the residential building, then the clinic, alcohol kiosk, and the school. And the water well afterwards. This is SimCity-like mod. It's like a 1 version. Mostly have all the content, but features not that finished and so. Also, even has a healthcare system with multiple diseases you have to cure with different kits. Okay. Sounds intriguing. Which SimCity? 4, I assume. Or what do you mean by SimCity-like mod? If the heating is not completed by winter, then they will probably die and fail. And another group will try next spring. Yep, that's the plan. If they don't finish everything by October, we can move the people back to the houses that have really low life expectancy, and then by next year we will have another group attempting to solve this. That's basically the plan, yeah. We'll move people here to construct things and then move them away near winter. But we can finish everything up to the point where it has all the groundwork materials there. Maybe even where the building materials are already present. So they only have to send workers into the building to finish it up. But yeah, I need to finish the roads first. And then we can start finishing the groundworks and start the resource deliveries for the construction sites. More workers. I'm gonna keep adding houses here. I need more people. Doesn't have to be pretty, I just need more houses. More people going to the train platform. You don't have any electricity. There we go. And you're fine. Okay. Okay, we're not letting anyone with no education move in here anymore. We're going to turn this off. No people with no education. I mean Factorio. Ah, okay. Right. But yeah, then it's probably going to be kind of similar to Captain of Industry. I could see Captain of Industry making like a multiplayer mod at some point. I would assume Captain of Industry is a lot more deterministic, especially since the population is basically just a bunch of preset tiles that consume resources. But then again, the terrain simulation might be a bit iffy. Can really recommend you try this mod. If you never saw it, it's only for basic version. I would maybe have to finish Space Age a run first before I go back into Factorio or anything else. City building, colony building wise, I'm like packed, I guess. And playing a version 0.1 mod, I don't know. I'm gonna search for it right now. So Science City, work in progress. Last update, 2 years ago. It requires, oh no, it's compatible with Bobs and Angels. I thought it required it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, water purification, greenhouses. Looks cool. Okay, party HQ maintenance is done. The amount of workers in here is a little bit low. I'm gonna reduce the requirement to 65 and see if that helps. It's feature complete at least. I have just like 2 buildings with lacking graphics. Pretty good graphics of the mod itself too. I do look very cool, yeah. So yeah, if we start working on the city center and it doesn't finish before winter hits and people would start freezing, if we don't have the heating plant at the time, they get moved in here and then they're also not going to survive winter, but at least I won't feel as bad because I gave them housing, I guess. People lose 30% mood when moved? Yeah, they lose happiness. Which means they are going to be a little bit less productive during that time. And if you move them around a lot, they go to 0% and then probably leave your republic. But I think it's fine. They might get moved back and then immediately leave because they're not going to be that happy living in this area. We'll see how they deal with polluted water, I guess. That's going to be an interesting experience. Means we need this footpath here, if it works. So workers can walk to the production side of the water purification. Settlement's not going to go over 3,000 citizens, like I said. There shouldn't be enough room for... well, I guess there's enough room already to make that happen, but these houses are really low capacity. I don't really count them, I guess. And our highly educated area for low loyalty people is not really being used anyway. But I don't want to put people in here with higher than 50% loyalty. That seems like a bad idea. They were there to supposedly run the secret police, but maybe I can just put people with basic education in here too. Since the secret police runs fine now, since we have 2 of them. Doesn't seem too bad. Orphanages are chock full after this winter. Health is not looking terrible. Very few workers in the rail construction office. Oh, you're being repaired. Is anything missing? Nope. Almost done. Just taking a while. That's fine. Everything is fine. This is being repaired by horse carriages going over here and bringing the materials to repair the rail construction vehicle. It's not next to a repair station directly. I think these are going to be the last houses. These might take effect once we start researching elements that improve the health of our citizens. I still think vitamins might be the best way to go initially. There could be an argument for pollution filters, I guess, since all of the areas that are creating pollution here are from buildings with chimneys. But I think vitamins might also help with the life expectancy for people who are not living in polluted areas, and they just live a little bit longer there too. No pollution anymore. Heating plants aren't running. Yeah, vitamins for sure. Then the argument, pollution filters versus alcohol improving. Or maybe stroke and heart attack prevention. Vitamins will probably help with untreated water? Maybe. That would be interesting. I tried that once, it didn't work. Never really thought about it again. If it's possible to start a village run with just like slightly low quality water, that would be cool. Then you don't need to import chemicals to run your citizens into the Republic. Good progress. Let's start with some groundworks. How do we do this? Just manually assigning, I guess. Let's start all of these buildings up. And we have to deactivate workers going to the construction sites, or, well, deactivate workers being accepted, I guess. Before it finishes the complete building. So we'll have to monitor this. Some won't take too long, others will take much longer. We'll just have to come back here and turn off the amount of workers allowed onto the construction site directly. And keep an eye on it. Because then they can start bringing normal construction materials. And they would be built pretty quickly once workers arrive here. The warehouse, the shopping center, the residential building have to be finished before anyone gets here. The rest, I guess, we can just see how we make it work. And I also will have to acquire a train to bring the resources to the area. I don't think reusing the one that brings crops to the settlement is a good idea, but the design is going to be fairly similar. Probably don't help with untreated water, or we can tell that they do. We will see, like, I don't know, I think, well, I don't think it does help with water either, because the tooltip for the vitamins says it helps with, against pollution well, it helps with pollution resistance. So I think it only helps for people living in polluted areas. So my statement of that it might increase the life expectancy of people living outside of pollution might also be incorrect, but I think everyone is living inside pollution here, one way or another. The alcohol research is probably the one that helps everyone, because people outside of pollution will also drink alcohol every now and then. That might have a higher impact. As long as criminality is being reduced, I don't care. They can become more alcohol addicted. That's fine. Yeah, we're slowly filling up these houses at the cost of people moving in here, I guess. Which could at some point impact our warden count, but it will be the last one affected. Before that, it will impact the amount of people working in the party HQ and school. %48 loyalty. Loyalty will always go down a little bit during the year. Summer time, I guess, after summer. Because of the increased bursts. But then it should improve through winter, because the loyalty area is outside of the range of the pollution and everyone else gets thinned down a little bit. And then the people from the loyalty area can repopulate. The circle of life. This is so janky. This is like, yep, let's slap down a couple more buildings. I don't care, just hook them up. They're only here temporarily. These are gonna be the last buildings, because we're approaching 3,000 citizens and I don't want any more. The MegaCity will have to take over. It's also there for like having some more buildings outside of the range of the heating pollution, so we can regrow our population a little bit faster, because I really don't want to get any more migrants into this, since it's so freaking expensive. Okay, let's check on the groundworks. Clinic 2, please. I don't think they should walk back to this bus stop, I guess. Remove that destination. And bus stop 2 gets removed from here. You keep the workers in these 2 bus stops. No more than 200 citizens, basically. Everything else is just time walking around, spent not doing anything. So for that reason, bring them to bus stop 1. The one that distributes it amongst all the buildings with priority. Should this bus stop be full, you can then bring them over here, yes. Okay. We'll check back soon. There we go, pollution is gone. Let them repopulate the city. There's so many students with high loyalty. So good to see. Nice. Alright. Very good. Where do we move into? 77% loyalty. You could move up here into the 75% plus apartments. We decided to not move in yet because you have to go through your free time first. Get some food and sport. I mean, the amount of ambulances I hear kind of makes me want to research the preventative medicine tax a bit earlier. I guess we will need all of them. Yep, that is perfect. And now you're working here with 103% productivity, teaching more people the way of the loyalty. Would be better if you had 100% loyalty, but maybe you can like steal a chocolate bar from the grocer, and then you'll get imprisoned for like slightly over a year and released with much improved loyalty. Like Sharonov Gottfried Larionovich. Went to prison, releasing with over 95% loyalty. 97-ish. If the tick rate of 5% will hold. And then you can move into one of those high loyalty apartments too. Life expectancy of 78. You have a very healthy, prosperous life in front of you. Unless you commit crime again, then I don't know. The sentences aren't that long. You had a 2.3 year sentence, so you probably committed some medium crime. Also 2 children. Both are currently in the orphanage. They will be reassigned to the parent once they get released, which will happen at the end of the free time. Both of the children saved, basically. They'll return to their parent, and then throughout their life they should probably also gain loyalty. You moved in here. Okay, sure. Walking to and working in an orphanage, I guess. So presumably Fukina Idita Yanovna will also gain loyalty from living with the newly reformed parent. Kind of setting them up to have to go criminal justice, but yeah. I'll have a lot of loyalty now. And yeah, got the parents back. Got the parent back. The children are back to their parent. The orphanage only took over when the parent was busy. So many applicants for the loyalty reform program. It's good to see. 35% loyalty. When you get imprisoned, you're going to probably drop down to like 32 since it's a medium crime. I don't think you're going to drop much more than that. Plus the sentence is relatively short anyway. Oh, down 24. 11% of loyalty drop. But you're going to gain 13 loyalty ticks positively of 5% each. So 75% loyalty on top of that. So you're probably going to be released with 100% loyalty. You make the crime not sound as hard and scary. They just need some re-education. We're not doing vindictive crime, we're doing reformation. We're doing the Nordic model, I guess. What are you doing? You're already serving a sentence and you're getting like busted for another serious crime on top of that. Well, well, well. Traktornikova, Mashka, Masiljevna. You'll have another sentence on top of your 2 years, but you're only 34 years old. You're gonna get released at like the age of 40 at the latest, with definitely 100% loyalty. Criminal mode, head it off. What criminal mode? I mean, if you don't deal with crime, people become more and more brazen about it. Serious crimes are dangerous. But we've taken good care of our crime and justice system, and people are getting reformed. If you let it like sit there for a couple of years, it gets really bad. And then you have to work to like bring it back under control. I still have to try like a city where I completely ignore crime and see how far we can push it. Maybe with orphanages you can keep it under control, but not have any police stations whatsoever, or like courthouses. Just orphanages. Might work. Where are you heading? Brick 3 flat. Yep. That's the one with the road underneath. It's gonna be the second building to build. We're not even making them do prison labor, because it makes the reformation process more inefficient. How many people do you want to move to the center in one wave? 150-ish. One house. They're there to do construction work. Some highly educated workers have to be coming with them to staff a small clinic so people stay alive. But currently they're only there to do construction work and try to finish the heating plant basically, because transporting workers by train to the center to do construction work and maintain the fire stations is pretty difficult. I'm not really building up a worker pool here, so it's not really working out. That's why we're going to finish one brick building, the first one, number 1, and then off of that we can move people in during spring and then move them out again during autumn, and they can do construction work here until we have a local heating plant and water supply and people can stay living here also through winter. I mean, mainly the heating plant is needed to make it through winter. Is the sewage discharge done? And not yet. It also needs to be assigned the concrete mixers, I guess. Sounds amazing. I hope it works. I've never done this before. This is like such a weird way to build a settlement, but I don't see any more efficient way to do it, with the other city being so far away and I'm not getting enough workers to send onto the train, I guess, to build all of this. Because I also have to maintain this area with workers so nothing burns down. And this platform with a couple workers so they can keep things repaired. Like this train platform needs maintenance every now and then, so we need to have a couple workers here that can be picked up by a local construction office and sent for repair. I guess the construction office could be inside the auxiliary settlement and then it drives over here, picks up the workers from the bus platform and sends them in. But I just placed a free construction office here. It'll maintain that until we have a more permanent solution. Like construction offices with trucks, because then they can drive from the auxiliary settlement to the train platform in one go and not run out of time. Or buses, rather. The more of the groundworks that are finishing up, the faster everything else will go. So once this garbage stand is done, it won't receive any workers anymore, and they will distribute amongst the rest of everything else. But yeah, definitely want to make sure nothing here burns down. There's a ton of steel in the area. Steel worth 400,000 rubles. And that's just steel. Also got some mechanical and electronic components. Only 62,000, but still. Steel is expensive. Maybe a brick factory would be a good thing to have in the MegaCity center, because then the bricks could be used for construction and maintenance, in addition to the steel mill. But we could build the brick factory before the steel mill because it's so much easier to build. Let me think about that. We had like one little space here. I think it was too small for a brick factory. Definitely has an unloading possibility directly into it. Can we fit a brick factory here? Would that work? Like the... doesn't have to be the modern one, could be this one. Oh yeah, that would work, I guess. So we could have a brick factory here, running with workers. It would only get coal whenever a train arrives. Can produce for 7.5 days. Minimum. And would make almost 100 tons of bricks with a full load. Maybe that's a thing we can do early, so we have a local brick supply from the coal that we're bringing in. That way, I guess, is the best option. And then one of those cheap open storages with no crane. I would have to move everything up a bit more, but then it gets problems with the range. How much internal storage does the brick factory have? Only 56 tons. I mean, the brick factory could exist here and we carry it to a storage nearby. When do helicopter construction become viable? 1950s? Sometime like that? In 45 years? '51? So no helicopter construction anytime soon, especially since we would have to research and produce them ourselves. I'm not gonna stick to that rule like indefinitely if we don't make any progress, but it'll give me a reason not to just buy trucks as soon as they become available. I think it's a good idea. Okay, help with that wire. That footpath. Okay, you still need to help with footpaths, I guess. Not roads though. Footpaths, conveyors. No, not conveyors. Yeah, the conveyors will have to be built locally by a local workforce. Basically, if they walk over to the bus stop when they have nothing else to do, they can get picked up by the already existing construction office. $27 tons of steel, 38,000. Steel is worth more than... It's almost, wait, 1,300, I guess, ish. 1,400. Okay. Yeah, we have to produce our own steel soon. Yeah, the majority of pollution is being created from chimneys. Vitamins would help with pollution from garbage stands, sewage overflowing and stuff like that. Waste dumps. And also pollution from chimneys, but I don't know by how much. That's the issue. More professors, please. I don't want to drop down in highly educated. Not enough party officials. Because a lot of them in here don't have 75% or up. But they do have 60. So 60 should be manageable, I hope. Oil price is no real concern, other than it also affecting the chemical price, I guess. You brought them from the other construction office sector, I think. Because I didn't have the other... I didn't have you on the assignment tool. You're just doing your own thing here. Building everything except buildings, which is fine. But for the long-range ones... yeah, don't build footpaths. It's too far. Only those that I assign manually, or the ones that are currently assigned, I guess. Because you're taking workers away from the fire station. And that can end badly. Once the first residential building is up, I guess I could move them in just with the residential building and then let them build a little bit, complain about lack of food, and then move them back, basically. That would be so weird. That's probably going to drop my happiness quite a lot if I do that, but I guess that would be fine. Because they would for sure build everything up a lot faster if the only thing they can do is build what they're supposed to. Maybe we should be focusing on the flat then. Everyone go build the groundworks of the flat, please. We'll do this. It's gonna be weird. We're gonna move them in here for like 1 or 2 work days, basically make them do some labor and then move them back out. I'm not gonna do it when it's like freezingly cold. And I also can't move people that have like a health issue. So if they have a health crisis, they're gonna collapse. I just want to let you know that you have more viewers on your stream than all of City Skylines 2. What? No way. You gotta be kidding. Are you for real? Oh wow. Holy Hawken. Sheesh. Interesting. I guess we're a big time streamer now. We're bigger than City Skylines 2. That's crazy. I know why. It's because you don't have any ads. Maybe. Maybe. People don't get an ad and then like, oh yeah, I need to do something. No. They get logged in and stay here, mostly. And because a lot of Steam choo-choo noises, I guess. If I ever do like monetization, it would be donations. I don't think I would partner or affiliate. I have no idea how much money is in that, and I hate ads that much. Or do like a donation link, I think. But Germany would require me to do taxes if I do that, so I'm still hesitant. Could also be because Workers and Resources is a superior city builder. I mean, steam trains and more realistic industry? What's not to love? Exactly. It's so crazy when we are establishing a megapolis, in which the citizens enjoy the full social, economical, political, personal rights and freedoms as guaranteed by our socialist system of proletariat governance from the political vanguard of the megapolis Soviet Socialist Politburo. It's just that simple. Not when you stay under 10k a year. What do you mean? No, you still have to report it. Any Twitch streamer that makes any money has to report what they're making to the tax office. You might not get taxed or taken money, have money taken away from you, but you'd have the extra work of doing taxes. Yeah, you have to report it. Like I said, you would need to report it. So you would have to like keep track of everything you're taxing and all the money you're spending on video games. Because then it would become a business expense at that point. And I don't know if I want to start doing that. I mean, at some point I guess I want to, but not via the way of ads, because, I don't know, I hate them. But technically this republic is a dictatorship, so if you, the player, fail the people, they either leave or die. No democracy involved. It's not a dictatorship. I gave Twitch chat 2 votes, so it was a democracy. It's fine. I got to decide the options, but they had 2 votes. It's like, okay, what do you want to eat, like broccoli or celery? The viewers of Twitch People Party, BTPP? Or the People's Party of Twitch TV, PPTTV. What sounds more impressive? It's gonna be so weird trying this weight of building. I'm gonna be interested to see how it works. They will have nothing. They'll spend their free time walking over to the bus stop, blocking some workers, I guess. I'm gonna disable passengers and students here, so they can't even do that. They're gonna sit at home, realize they have no food, do some work, and before they like starve to death, I'm gonna move them back to our settlement, I guess. Before they drop to, I don't know, below 40% happiness, I guess. Or when they drop below 40% happiness. I mean, I guess the ideal of the Soviet was democratic. In practice, it was a different story, perhaps. And let's be honest, democracy gets a lot wrong too. Well, that will get political if I start talking about it, so I'm gonna be quiet. Otherwise, I'm gonna start poo-pooing on some countries. No country's perfect. Is this where we dogpile on a certain DDR? Oh no, I was just gonna say like, no, wait a minute. There's still Prussia, Lee Hawkins. Like, you can't say that. Prussia was pretty perfect, right? They did nothing wrong. After all, they formed Germany. And nothing bad ever happened after that. I'll be quiet now. Oh god, I see one word in there, so I'm not gonna even read that one out loud. I'm just gonna read it. Yeah, that's fine. USA voting, sure. The South German Federation will rise again. It's trying to, but it's being suppressed right now. With lots and lots of beer. The workers and resources way. Maybe we can finish the groundwork until April, May next year, and then we can start doing the whole like move people in, make them do the groundwork locally, and see if that gets done that way. Learn from my own experience of playing workers and resources that I am a very fallible dictator. Keeping a bunch of digital people alive, let alone happy, is extremely difficult. I enjoy the game, but I'm glad I don't live under my rule. That's valid. I also enjoy not living under my rule because I'm doing all these stupid challenges that are putting a lot of people's lives at risks. And that is just nonsensical. Alright guys, for the next 30 years we're gonna live right next to heating plants that are spewing out pollution to see what happens. Go. I mean, if it's being suppressed by beer, I think that's a good situation. That said, I volunteer myself to support the Federation in its consumption of beer to support its nationhood. I'm willing to make that sacrifice. That is just a game too. I don't want the responsibility. Yeah. Just ask how happy the people in MegaMonkey's Republic were. They got to drink all the beer they wanted. But beer drinking was mandatory, so there was like kind of an issue with that. Can I buy life insurance? Yes, the state will pay you from its taxes. How does that sound? Mandatory beer drinking. Oh god, are we French? Those were the days. It's still on my agenda to try a very alcoholic republic. I haven't done that yet, to see if we can like maybe boost loyalty or happiness that way. If everyone's very drunk, maybe they're like happy through everything, as long as the alcohol flows. Pollution is picking up. It does kill germs. Would you mitigate the health impact by large volumes of Spartaks and Dynamo sport clubs? No, I don't think they boost health. I think they just boost sport enjoyment. Now that you mention it, I don't think people going to this... Do they get a boost in health? Or is it just happiness? Hard to tell, I guess. Maybe you do get a drop in health if you don't do sport when you want to. Can you abuse your citizens more when they're alcoholics? Or do they eventually decide to revolt because they realize you're drunk too? I have no idea. You have to ask MegaMonkey for that. MegaMonkey was the 80% plus dictator. They do attraction in the pool? Yes. It can act as an attraction building. It is listed under the attraction category. So, attraction type. Second line from the bottom is pools and beaches. Doesn't say that for Palace of Sports Dynamo. So I don't think that one acts as an attraction building, but it's a very efficient sports building. Why it doesn't work for me? They only go there very rarely. They need a very diverse amount of like attraction buildings. Once they visited like a pool, they probably don't want to go there for an attraction for 2 or 3 years. They don't repeatedly use the same attraction building. They use one type once and then want a different one after that, I think. Every citizen is entitled to a daily amount of grog. I haven't had grog yet. I would probably feel very groggy afterwards. I can't believe we have more viewers than City Skylines 2. Oh my god. What has this channel turned into? Okay guys, we're gonna stream City Skylines 2 now. We're gonna boost the City Skylines 2 numbers up. I don't even have the game. Let's see what the new developers are doing with that game. And then we'll see if it gets on sale, and then we can maybe stream it. How does it all go down when you have to rely on horsepower to get things done? Terribly. Your roads are like stuffed full of horse carriages. It wouldn't be possible to have that many people in a city without trains. The horse carriages would not be able to carry the resources in to keep that many people alive around here. Did you start in 1900? I started in 1880. And we've been building towards the center of the map, which took ages with horse carriages, as you can imagine. And our goal is to try and run a MegaCity that gets started in the center of the map. I tried it before for 3 to 4 streams with no auxiliary settlement, and it didn't work because I was just spending too much money on foreign workers. So this time we have an extra settlement. Oh, we're down to 2.17 billion rubles now. Very good. Refresh the loan. I feel like trains are essential this early on. 1818, only 2k. Oh, you definitely have to adjust your... If you start before 1900, or at 1900, you definitely have to adjust your expectations. Because with horse carriages, getting a settlement to 1,000 people is going to be a challenge. We did add trains to the mix. They are default trains from the 1910s and 20s. And I'm allowing myself to buy them because I don't want to use mods, and that's the easiest way. So I turn off the vehicle availability restriction every now and then and buy trains if I need them. You can hear the beats at ST knocking at the door already. MegaCity 19, aka Paris on Moscow River. Or how Neo-Contra would call it, Moscow. Which industries am I running so far? I have a local food factory and distillery inside the city, so I don't have to import food because that gets expensive really quickly. I'm importing crops instead. I'm not running farms because there's no automated harvester, so harvesting with manpower is not really that easy. And the majority of money is being made by a hazardous waste incinerator at the border. I got a cute little train station platform here that runs that for us. Normally they would go in forward into the customs house and then reverse into this, but we don't have reversing into the game, so... Got 2 waste trains running the incinerator in the area. Are you producing cement? Concrete? No, neither. That's the plan for inside the megacity. I am delivering gravel to the temporary construction office next to the megacity, but I've opted not to do concrete and asphalt production. Because I'm already struggling bringing enough workers to the area. Farms are rough without tractors. You do have horse plows, but you don't have harvesters. So sowing you can do, but not harvesting. Are you profitable? Sort of. If I'm not building, yes. But I'm building all the time. So I'm balancing building with like being profitable and not bringing the auxiliary settlement over 3,000 citizens. I didn't want to make a giant city here than to only demolish it, because this whole thing is going to go away at some point once the megacity has eclipsed it. No, you saw my only 2 industries. Hazardous waste, food and alcohol. I do not have any other production. Didn't want to do and put workers on other things and build large complex industries when I can just pick it up from the border. The main focus was also to test how it works if we can get a settlement stable with high amounts of pollution. So this settlement is struggling a little bit with life expectancy. So we're trying and working on a stable settlement that we can run with a population living at a lifespan of around like average 60, I guess, during winter. It's pretty rough. Someone old died, lifespan went up. Wood, as MegaMonkey has pointed out, it is an awesome return of investment with very few workers if you can get trains to move things. Yes, MegaMonkey has also tricked me into that one. With a wood price of 2 to 3, a board price of 2 to 3 rubles per ton? No way. But for us it would be okay, yes. And it did take time to develop, like, we could do that for sure. Wood is harder without mechanization. Oh, with horse carriages it's atrocious bringing wood in to then transport by train. Your train's going to be mostly idle. Once you have trucks to bring them into the logging camps, then yes, for sure. But with horse carriages, all those crops you need to feed the horses, I don't know. At that point you're basically converting crops into wood. And crop prices for us are quite high, I think. And I would say that's probably not worth it anymore. I think I would still go for agriculture. Fields are key, even without tractors. Well, that would be a next attempt kind of thing, because you kind of need a lot of people running fields. I mean, we can try it this year. We can try and run a field. Oh no, the field needs a farm. You can't just plop down fields and run them without a farm, unfortunately. That would be ideal. Just drop down the field, put a horse carriage in it to harvest it when it's done, and then you're done. I think I need to visualize that in a flowchart, which also shows the supply chain of crop consumption from labor. Does P7's infamous spreadsheets have such variables? I have no idea. I don't know the spreadsheets. I only know that they have like building stats in them. Not sure about the cost of like how the cost of labor is calculated, if that is in there. Fields only demand workers when they work, right? Yes. Planting or harvesting, yes. And they need to be assigned to a farm. Like plopping a field down next to a residential building won't work. This field needs to be assigned to a farm, otherwise it won't accept workers walking to it. Unfortunately not, as far as I know. Otherwise I would have run farming this way, but thankfully there's like a horse farm that's really cheap to build. So you can have a small horse farm for a bit of board, gravel and concrete, and I guess don't put any vehicles in there except maybe harvesting vehicles, and just assign all the fields to it, just so that it has some assigning. Build a farm that collects the resources, and then the horses pick up the crops at harvest. Yeah, or you assign a direct route for crop pickup, and then the horse carriage waits there until harvest season. I don't want to start farming right now though. But I don't think this is going to get sown, so it won't use up any workers even though it's in walking distance of a bunch of houses. It does need a farm. Game is designed for mechanized agriculture. You can make it work without. I still have to. That would be like a low-tech farming run again, which I haven't done in a while. Low-tech farming with early start would be a doozy. I basically did a low-tech farming run with normal like means, and I had to spend my research points on unlocking slots inside the farm, where I could then decide for a year what vehicle should be in that slot. So I can't change the tractor for a harvester, for example, in the middle of the year. It's either going to be a tractor or a harvester, and I spent research points on that. And it was so nice once actually having access to a harvester. That was really excellent. Because harvesting is where you lose the most crops. Harvesting by hand is very inefficient. Unfortunately. But once you get a lot of people, harvesting by hand can be really, really quick too. I don't know if I should try and set up a farm. I was always being bugged to do that. I'll leave the farm there, but it shouldn't get sown. I'll just leave it there to show, I guess. I need to get rid of these free gas stations. The thing with farming is that you have to make sure the lights stay on while it's sowing harvesting season, and that the fire, police, ambulances keep running. Yes. My idea was to have a food factory directly in the farming area and a fire station. So you always bring workers to the food factory, but then during sowing and harvesting season they go into the fields instead. I don't know if that would work. The way I did it before was I had a city, a bus stop with the fields, and then like a food factory area or like a generic factory area. So the workers would always go from the settlement to through the farm into the factory area, and the factory area even had the heating plant in it. So during sowing and harvesting season, no one really would get to the food factory or distillery or even the heating plant, and everyone would work in the fields because that's where they would go to run everything. Seems like crop food availability are the biggest factors affecting population growth. No, I would disagree with that. Do you use small fields? I use medium fields. I think it was medium fields at the time. I think small fields are way too small. I use the small fields to pad out like places to make sure everything looks like a farming area, but they're kind of annoying. I guess I used them in the beginning before I decided, yeah, we have enough workers now, let's go to medium fields. But the medium fields were struggling with the workers for sure. Yeah, they're all gonna get picked up by the local construction offices, I guess. Not walking to the groundwork yet. What are we building? A road up here, road, footpaths. Afterwards they would walk to the groundwork site, I guess. You know what? No construction of footpaths right now. I want the groundwork done. Build the house, groundwork. No more worker pickup locally. I think the majority of like population growth comes from making sure people don't die or leave unnecessarily. And then you need a happiness over 50%, because if you have less than 50%, your population growth goes down dramatically, like your birth rate, I mean. Losing people can come from not having room for them in flats. So if you have, for example, an orphanage and all the flats are filled, people released from an orphanage disappear immediately. They don't go into the 21-year-olds or higher without a flat pool. Similar to prisoners. Prisoners releasing when there's no available flat also disappear. And if you have a high enough population growth, you make sure those people don't go away, and when someone gets imprisoned or dies, the children don't die with them. Then you have really high population growth that might be able to tackle large amounts of pollution. population is trending upwards now that we built the 2 large orphanages to catch the drain on our population, basically. We didn't do anything with the pollution. We added more houses next to the hospital here, which are not as significantly affected by pollution, but they're still dropping down to 61 years. So they're still somewhat affected. I don't mean population growth and workers and resources so much as I mean just in general with life. If there's food, then things go smooth. Oh, sure. In life, yes. Without food security, population will suffer. I know it sure holds true in civilization. I build a solid food supply, things go much smoother, so long as I can keep people happy just as fast. Yeah, once you build population, then people want happiness, and once people want happiness, you start getting society, I guess. But yeah, population growth seems very good right now. We're also at 49 loyalty. I'm expecting it to drop around February, March again. It's like the after effects of the pollution building up through winter. But the fact that we're still... oh well, I guess we're holding now, but... we went up and didn't drop too much. But yeah, there will be a decline probably around February, March. Unless we're so solid now with our orphanages that we can even catch that. No problem. I just have to go around and make sure we still have open flats for our very loyal people to move into. I do know we have open flats for disloyal, which I count less than 50%, lower educated citizens, basic education. So that one I don't have to care about. But loyalty for higher and basic education over 75 is available. Loyalty, basic education, yeah, we already had that. Higher education, loyalty 50 and higher, sure. Higher education loyalty less than 50, also fine. Uh-oh, temperature too low. I don't think these houses are going to do so well. I thought we were fine with the heating. Maybe not. Maybe these houses are not a good idea. Yeah, this is fairly low. I don't know if I want to build another heating plant. Seems like I might have to. Oof, struggling. Come on, you can send more workers to this heating plant here. It does allow for more workers to work in here. I know that because I designed it. I might have to build another heating plant. Only 2 workers in here is atrocious. You, bus platform, food factory, distillery, heating plant. Heating plant is 50? 49, 1. Make sure the heating plant is staffed, guys, come on. I don't want no heating crisis in my republic right now. I don't think we should have any issues with the extra housing, but if this heating plant doesn't work well, then this one struggles, and yeah. If this one starts functioning correctly again, we can have these extra houses, I'm pretty sure. Shouldn't be an issue. Here we go. That's how it should be. Orphanages are keeping your people loyal then? No. The orphanages are just keeping my population growth high. Loyalty comes from our prison. We started with 2 migration waves of people with higher than 50% loyalty and started boosting people's loyalty over 50%, which then were allowed to move into residential buildings once they got released that then worked inside the prison. So the prison system is basically a self-feeding loop on loyalty. Then I reduced prison sentences a bit, and now everyone's like trending over 75% loyalty if they get imprisoned. Close to 100 in most cases. And then excess workers get distributed into other areas. I'm trying to build up the loyalty necessary to run our orphanage with highly loyal people too, so we can maybe reduce the loyalty negative completely or start boosting loyalty as well. But I do need to make sure that the majority of people have more than 50% loyalty in here, otherwise it's not going to have a positive effect. So once we require 50% loyalty here and we can maintain it, then we can do the same thing in the orphanage as we're doing in the prison, which is gaining 5% loyalty every time they run through free time, basically. But the majority, the reason we run the orphanages is to counter the pollution in the settlement right now. It's not for loyalty. I need more people. Pollution counter and also criminality reduction, because I don't want to have a ton of children that are gonna run a murder spree after they get released into society. I suggest the orphanages have a subsidiary loyalty promotion effect by preventing children from growing into level criminals. That's already in there, you just need to mess with the sliders and have the loyalty in your tutors to like do just that, I guess. Let's check the heating. Heating is much better. Yeah, the extra houses will be fine as long as we make sure this heating plant stays running well. I wonder if that was the reason why we had a population drop near the end of winter last time, because the heating ran out in the houses. The parents all die from pollution? If a parent gets imprisoned, their children will be also kept inside the orphanage during that time. So here this child, Putin Vikendi Nikovic, age 5, is in the orphanage for the duration of the prison stay of their parent. But yes, if they die off of pollution, then of course the children will also go to the orphanage as long as there's a room in there and get a government education straight from the get-go. So the only thing you really need for this is the prison system. Bring in, like, build a couple houses that are forced to work in the prison. Turn everyone else's loyalty off, so make sure no one else except... Oh, you also need a secret police. Without a secret police, this whole thing wouldn't work. Full secret police coverage is important. But you need a minimum loyalty requirement of 50% in the prison. Enforced. You need to make sure you have houses as close as possible to the prison so the walking distance is reduced. Make them work in the prison. Make sure the people in here have the required loyalty. And you need to start with migrants, because on higher difficulty you can't get to 50% loyalty without anything else, except if you build a radio, I guess. Alright, Lee Hawkins, have a good day. Take care. People are going to be so sad when we tear this whole settlement down. Alright, groundwork construction is now underway. We need to enable more workers going in here, because only 5 workers is not enough. Anyone can go onto that construction site now if they arrive here. But for the other groundwork constructions, 5 is okay. Except, of course, if we move people in and we want something to finish quickly, like the shopping center, the train platform, the warehouse, and so on. Those probably need more workers. And once we have a structure here that is at risk of burning down, then we need to run the fire station, of course. I don't know what happens if there's only one residential building and it catches on fire. Do the people still look for a workplace? Like, do they still go to the fire station at that point? I don't know. Alright, you go work on that. You're gonna spend a lot of time here, so it should progress rather nicely. I think we're gonna be ready in 1907 to actually start moving some people in. Back and forth to get the constructions ready. But I think we would be close to doing that. I will need one more train to run the resource deliveries to the warehouse as soon as it's up, including the train platform. But for the beginning, I guess we don't need it. I also have to build up the footpath leading to the water substation, so we can distribute water to any residential building in the area. I think the sewage discharge might be done by now. Yes, it is. Good. We'll have a technical service running. Sewage discharge, and I guess we'll pick up water from the border for now and run a water carriage once. It's gonna take so long though. I don't think it matters. Once we have the water well, we'll run it to the water well and run it with dirty water and see if it works. Hello, Clark Plays Games. Welcome. We're doing well, yes. Thank you. Hope you're doing fine too. We're doing some experimental city building. About, I don't know, how far is this? 8 kilometers? Skyline wise, it's probably going to be 6. Oh no, it's 7. Okay. Seven kilometers between one settlement and the next with only horse carriages and trains. Just finished some decorating and ran out of wallpaper, so can't do any more for now. Ah, okay. Well, I'm sure it's already on the way, I guess. Oh, we can continue that soon. Okay, you know what? We're gonna turn off people moving into these houses because they're just like all dying way too quickly. We'll fill everything else up. This one is fine. This one might be fine. I guess we can leave one enabled. But not all 4. It's too much. We'll be able to continue next weekend. That sounds like such a long time. I wonder if students with completed studies should count as 21-year-olds without their own flat. I'm probably gonna ask that after the stream. Population held well so far. Doing okay. These are going to be all overflow settlements. You don't have to work in the food factory or distillery, you can work wherever. We have another building assigned now. You're also assigned to do that. Interesting. Sure. %, higher educated workers, I think because of the birth rate, but still something we have to keep in mind. We need to as many highly educated people as possible to maintain our loyalty. Not directly, but indirectly. Because the more highly educated people we have, the higher the chance of someone getting imprisoned and getting released with a ton of loyalty. I'm going to run this with 50% loyalty again. I need more highly educated people. If the numbers are going down, which I presume they are, we have to make a change. That looks very good. Tons and tons of workers here now. I think we'll concentrate the workers on specific construction sites instead of like letting them wander all over the place. We'll finish the groundworks, turn off the workers going to the construction site, do the same thing for the shopping center, warehouse, cargo train station, and the refrigerated storage. Refrigerated storage will need electricity to deliver resources here without having them spoil. If a college dorm burns down and there is not enough normal housing, are these adults lost? I assume so. I have no idea. I don't know if they move out when the building catches on fire or if it burns down, or if they all count as lost like with a normal residential building. Because if a normal residential building catches fire, all the people living inside are dead if the building burns down, even if they could move to other buildings. Excellent. 50 more work days. I guess this batch of workers is probably going to finish the groundwork construction of the residential building, and then the materials can get delivered here. So yeah, I think people will start moving in this year. Not permanently, but it should speed up construction, hopefully. And hopefully we won't lose too many people with this method. We'll unassign the flats. And just keep the rest of the workers here for now. It's only 20 workers, but because of the long travel distance they will work extra hard and more than 20 work days. So hopefully they'll finish the groundworks. And then I guess I'll start working on some of the other structures too. That are immediately necessary to run things in the area. Very few workers in the rail construction office, but as long as the train doesn't travel back and forth, it's fine. Yeah, should finish it. 8 more work days. No problem. I don't think. We're on groundworks. Done. One more construction phase, laying brick. And then we have our first flat. At that point we will have to run the fire station, so there will be a continuous drain on workers into the fire station. Because if it burns down, we'll have to do the whole thing all over again. It's pretty cold right now to move people into here. Could technically be done though, but I thought like March maybe. Let's see how close we get to the completion of the other groundworks. This one will in particularly take a lot of time. But if we focus our efforts, it might be okay. Especially once we have people living here. But they would like to have some food. I could in theory park the train at the train platform and unload directly from the train if I wanted to, which would be kind of weird. But I guess that's what we're going to do. We'll finish the train platform and unload food and other goods from this area. Have the train wait until unloaded for food. And the distribution office should be able to pick up from the train platform itself and shift it into the shopping center. Then the meat doesn't need to be unloaded either. We don't need to build that one right now, I don't think. And the warehouse isn't a priority right now either. Just finish the train station and the shopping center. We'll be fine. I hope it works. We'll find out. Once the train station is done, I think the train station can not burn. No, the train's platform, can it burn down? I don't remember. It might be able to. Sowing season will start tomorrow, but no one will walk onto the field because it's not assigned to a farm. Now it's sowing season, but yeah, the field will be... Oh, well, it did show... Oh no, it's actually working. Never mind, I take everything back. Why is it working this time? Okay, cool. I guess we can make crops. I take everything back I said. I guess what we had last time didn't work correctly. Would be cool if you could pick up right from the station. That's what we're trying. I will do that. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll do farming, sowing and harvesting without a field. Was it maybe the medium-sized fields that don't allow that, or was it just like a weird thing that happened that isn't actually true? Cow plant? No. Well, now I gave Lee Hawken wrong information, I guess. Now it's not working for this field though. When does it work? Or is it like when it goes over like 75% fertility? Is there like a fertility limit? It didn't work last time though, I saw it, yeah. Like this one is not working right now. I'm not sure why. Now I don't know what the limiting factor is. Confusing. Maybe there's a fertility limit of some sort. Maybe they don't sow if it's like below a certain threshold. Because this one's at 90%. But I thought in our test we had it at 150. No fertility? Yeah, maybe. I mean, then you can run farming with just a distribution office. You don't even need the farm building itself. You could do that without mechanization. Not sure where to store the crops though, because the warehouse is kind of full. Can a field work without a farm? Can you manpower the whole thing and truck out the crops? Yeah. That's how it used to work. Then I tried it again and it didn't work anymore. And now one of the fields is working like that and the other one isn't. You can assign the field to a distribution office or just have a direct line carry the crops out of it. Need to set fertility in the farm. Default fertility is 70. But why did this one work and the other one didn't? Let's wait until this field ticks up to like 80, 90 fertility and see if it starts sowing here too. We still have some time, I guess. Maybe it only works with fields that have been placed before sowing season starts. I don't remember if we checked that. That would be weird though. So the first thing the workers are going to build is the shopping center. We'll build the train platform with local workers. I need some distribution office vehicles here for sure. We did have a spare refrigeration vehicle. Apparently those were direct route. They're very old. 21.6 years. Hello Carpathize, welcome. I think it's 75 default value. I thought it was 70, which is what you get when you plant a field, so it immediately starts farming it. So setup that said 1 cow can fertilize 2 small farm buildings, doesn't sound bad. 1 cow? No, I don't think so. If you mean the if you mean the horse plow, it depends. Like we haven't tried it again after the rebalance. It was ridiculously fast before. Not sure how well it does these days. Cow building. Ah. The livestock hall can feed a lot of fields, yeah. Fertilize a lot of fields. Also goes faster when zoomed in compared to zoomed out. Really? Sheesh. Works with all farm equipment. Oh my god. Feed crops, fertilize crops, same diff. No, you only need crops when you're creating cows. To maintain cows in a livestock hall, you only need water. Don't need to feed them anything else. It's making joke. Seed feed the crops. I was saying the word worked. Right. That's my joke, Super Dano. What the hell? Unbelievable. Stealing my jokes now. Full cow hall doesn't need crops to maintain? No, doesn't need it. Okay, no more workers here, I guess. Oh, one more delivery. Or was it enough? Not clear. Probably not. Alright, that should be enough. Okay, groundwork construction also done. Waiting on materials now. How the field's doing. The test fields, I guess. Now I want to try the farming run without mechanization, low-tech farming. If we can know how this works, like what triggered this to actually work and the other ones didn't. Is it big? Wait, no, they're all in the same area. Okay, no, that's not it. They're definitely in walking distance. What if I place a small one over here too? No, most of these houses aren't even doing anything. Don't do it. I don't know what's the trigger. Maybe they increased the minimum fertility. Guess we'll see if it goes over 80 and they start planting, or over 90 and they start planting. Don't do it. You might get cheap crops, don't do it. Was really quick planting the small field. But yeah, I don't know. Hello, Lucky Leader. Welcome. We're gonna try a whole new way of building a settlement. I call it the drive-by construction work. We're gonna drop a bunch of people here with nothing. They're gonna do some construction and I'm gonna move them back. Because bringing people all the way from our main auxiliary settlement to the main settlement takes ages. Hello, Tumai. Welcome. So we're waiting for resources to go to the residential building, the shopping center, and the train platform. And then we'll try it. I need to bring a train here with food and other materials that the distribution office is supposed to pick up from directly. We'll see if it works. No coal yet. They're not going to make it through here in winter. We're going to move them back before that shows up. Was this a fluke? Why? I don't get it. Was it because I was like holding a farm building on top of it or something? Like this one? Does this count? Let's see what happens once it goes over 80. I assume that might have been introduced because people were doing manual farming, and if they harvest a field and it's at like 60% fertility only next year, it doesn't really work that well. Manual crop rotation would be best. But you kind of need a farm building for that. Looks like all the passenger trains were delayed for a moment because of reasons. Population still stable. More housing capacity outside of the pollution area. So it will keep going up. Okay, field. Won't be able to test 90%, but maybe it's 80%. Does not seem to be 80%. I remember being able to assign fields from a bus platform directly. But that doesn't work anymore either. Something changed. Maybe this was a fluke. I guess we'll find out next year once the other ones are also at 90%. Try a large field, I'm pretty sure it did this week with one. I have a large field, didn't work. No one from the train platform walks here to sow. Or any of the residential buildings. Well, it would be... Okay, no one is really assigned to go here. Maybe it's only houses that are assigned to go to other buildings. Maybe that includes the fields. But then you would do that, right? Because you're sending 50% of population to other buildings. And you do have access to the large field. So that can't be it either. No, it's set to 5. And they did bring more than 5 people onto this field to get it done. For some reason. Send 3 comrades to a field of a personal cause, what I did. Really. Oh yeah, personal cause still work. That's silly. So you could run a bus between all fields and unload workers there. I guess it's not that silly, is it? That's what would happen in real life too. I'm still not sure why this one got sown though. But I find the most curious. Well, maybe it's gonna go over 90% and start getting sown automatically in walking distance, we'll see. Previously it was possible to do it with a bus stop, but I guess they didn't want that anymore for some reason. Okay, fewer workers, like, it's fine. Just wait. What is the grow season? 3rd of March to last of May, I think? Or was it June? Well, that's the sowing season. The grow season is like whenever it's done sowing. growing season is just progressing after sowing is done. There's no season, there's just progress. Needs to be fully sown before it starts. I guess we're gonna get to 90% fertility. Maybe it'll have an impact. If they automatically do it inside walking distance when it's at 90%, then I would be in favor of that. Because then we can run a farming village with fields around it, and maybe even make our own food that way, and feed our horses. And I guess for manual farming, maybe the smaller fields are better because they finish sowing really quickly, so they get to the growing really quickly. You might still want a farm to bring in the crops, but distribution office would do the same thing. Guess you could have a farm is like a distribution office you can get right from the get-go without needing research. And then you can have a grain storage attached to the farm building. One-third of the way done, 10 days into May. I don't know if it's going to be done in time. Guess we'll see. I don't remember if June was part of the sowing season or not. I don't think it was. Might be wrong though. Please finish this rail connection here. Then we can run our resource train into the warehouse and back out. The coal connection can take a little bit longer. Do we focus on other groundworks? Otherwise we're gonna run full on workers here. We'll let one worker walk onto that construction site. And the rest can go over here, finish the clinic, because the clinic is going to be somewhat important. Otherwise people die off too quickly. All temporary. Everything here is temporary. This is supposed to be permanent. Gotta start somewhere. Well, there's another construction phase after that. So I guess we can do the pouring concrete phase with like 5 workers. And because they're using a road crane, it'll be done relatively quickly. People move in, build up the train platform. We'll probably finish the train platform first before people move in, so we can see if we can unload resources at the train platform and bring them to the grocer. But yeah, by that point we will have to run the fire station, and that's gonna be a bit concerning. Especially if we have to save something when the local workforce isn't enough to put something out. Where are you walking to? Clinic. Makes sense. I did tell you to. 21st of May, so I would assume the fields are 2/3 of their way done. Get back down to 0 workers. Don't waste any. 86%, not quite 2/3 of the way there, so yeah, we're probably not going to see it this year. Unless June is also a sowing season. Oh, where could we... I guess we can... maybe put a free distribution office here and pick up the crops, I guess. I need a distribution office that forcefully moves the resources out of the field. If it's the only source of crops, that would be ideal. You can pick up crops from the warehouse. So it's not your only source, so it doesn't really work. Yeah, I guess just a free distribution office will have to do. And then we have to bring it somewhere. Grain feeder, for example, horse feeder. Then we need fewer crops to fill those. I was pretty sure I had another horse feeder here somewhere. I guess not. Okay, well then you bring the crops to that building and the one down here. And I don't know where else. We'll see if there's anything left afterwards. We don't have any covered hull vehicles, so we'll have to buy some. See if the harvest even works. Like, if it doesn't start harvesting. Looks like fertility is locked as soon as the growing is... the sowing is done. I thought it would continue going up. Weird. Fields behave differently. I thought it would automatically go up to like 150. But I guess as soon as the plants are on the field, they are sucking up all the nutrients, so the fertility doesn't keep going up, which I guess makes sense. I'll have to assemble the train. We're almost done with delivering all the construction materials to the flat. And the shopping center. The warehouse will have to wait, it's too expensive. Work account wise, not resources wise. And also the clinic. And the alcohol kiosk. So one refrigerated cart, cargo wagon. And then probably one for food, one for alcohol. Or like, not one for food. We'll have one for alcohol and 5 for food, something like that. Let me assemble the train. I will definitely need a loan for that. We'll refresh the smaller one this time. Let's see how bad it is. The train's probably gonna cost like 300,000 by this point. $250,000. Sort by start production. We'll get 5 of the oldest Castle G's for food. No, let's start with like, well, let's do 5 total, I guess. And 1 refrigerated, which I guess the Hanover G is the earliest one we can get. Yeah, nothing refrigerated over here. And as long as the shopping center doesn't have electricity, it's also going to run really inefficiently. And let's add 1 dumper car so we can also load it full of coal, I guess. Start bringing coal as soon as it's available. The train tracks aren't really made to go from the... No, the coal train's going to be a dedicated one. It's fine. Train tracks are not set up for this. Missed the 19th century was simpler time. Oh, don't start. Okay, bring all the train cars in. We'll organize ourselves a cargo train. It's really young back then. Oof. Simpler time, 10 years from brutal trench warfare. Well, the 19th century is not the 20th century, Super Dano. We're currently in the 20th century in-game. I'll have you know. Of course, the 20th century was very complex. 2 world wars. But yeah, I'm pretty happy how the rail network is working. Feels really stable. And it's not just a 2 tracks going everywhere kind of network. It has some character to it, I guess. Assemble the cargo train. At some point you'll be back. We can go to the train depot afterwards and make it a thing. We'll definitely need a long train depot in here somewhere. I guess up on this loop we could have... No, not really. Because there might be 2 trains waiting until unloaded here. Otherwise I could have said, oh yeah, we could hook up things like the rail construction and the train depot. That one probably has to be somewhere further down. Maybe next to the construction sector, or like between the construction sector on the right side of the road and rail and the residential area. Doesn't mean there isn't going to be like residential area up here. I just want to have a construction sector somewhere in this location next to the bridge. So we can make our own asphalt and concrete, and construction doesn't take as long. At that point we can get rid of the auxiliary construction sector next to the border. I'll just let it tick down like that, it's fine. I don't like the whole manually taking care of the loans all the time. I'll just have 2 loans at full capacity and we'll see what we can do with that. Finish the groundworks of the meat storage, I guess, sure. That'll do. Maybe the school too? That one needs a lot of workers. Hasn't been assigned yet. I mean, the school is not as important, but we can already start work on the groundworks, I guess. Other things include a viable footpath across here The electricity setup needs to be done. We need to finish the groundworks and the electric connection here, otherwise meat is going to rot. And the grocer is going to be really inefficient, the shopping center. It's going to be really inefficient anyway because it doesn't have power and it doesn't have water. But we'll try and solve the water soon. You... No more auto searching. You get your workers again. You'll build this and then the road into the... Oh, actually that's the water purification. You'll build the groundworks for the water well. We still need to bring concrete up there. There's still bricks here. Everyone's busy. Except the dumpers, I guess. The dumpers aren't doing anything right now. Okay, we could force the dumpers to build the outside road, but I think that would be a little bit too much work. Could start bringing resources to more footpaths. I don't know. Let's just focus on the important parts right now. The residential building, shopping center, and cargo train station. Once those have all the resources they need, we can build them up. We're gonna run the MegaCity from imported food because I'm not gonna go here to pick up food. We'll have to build a food factory inside the MegaCity pretty soon. Food, meat, and alcohol for now. One cargo wagon for alcohol and the rest is food. No, it needs a coal cargo wagon. Because we have the end station over there and I don't want the train to run out of fuel. You have to give me a coal cargo wagon. Please. That way we can bring coal with us, put it into the rail coaling station, which still needs power, and then hopefully make that work. Go build up the substation here now. Hopefully you'll get here in time, they're not waiting that long. Substation's gonna take a while to build. I think there's sufficient people walking back and forth. It's gonna be a slow process, but it should get done. Every other resource is locally available. And then we need like 30-40 workers to finish it. At that point we'll have electricity. The water pump is gonna start kicking in, bringing polluted water into the coaling station. And the train itself needs to unload the coal here. Otherwise there's no coaling station on this route. It's the only coaling station right now. Could put a coaling station like into the customs house too. But I don't know. I didn't do that. Could still be done afterwards if we are running into problems, I guess. There's our cargo wagon. Coal only. I could also say load coal at the border, but this way the train, theoretically I can just say load whatever at the border. It's like a safety mechanism for me, so it doesn't accidentally load the wrong thing. I have to change it at two ends to make it work differently. We'll unload coal, and then we have to go to the other stop once it's built, and wait until unloaded for food. And in the meantime, the distribution office should be able to pick up food, meat, and alcohol from the cargo train station. I know that the distribution office can pick up from the cargo train station. I don't know if it can pick up from a cargo train station if a train is waiting there, but it should be the same as a warehouse, I think. Don't think it should behave any differently. With the upside that if this thing burns down, it doesn't cost us as much, I guess. To run the settlement in the beginning, I'm gonna drop a bunch of waste dumps here so they don't have to bring the waste all the way to the border or the incinerator. They can drop it in here, and then at some point we'll like clear it out, I guess. No construction, metal, aluminum, biological waste, plastics, only hazardous and mixed waste. The very first buildings, yeah. Still waiting on the bricks here. High priority, please. It's been a long stream. I thought we could move people in today. I mean, there might be another stream after my break. I guess that might happen. Oh, we did. I don't know. I kind of want to play something else though, but I also want to continue with workers and resources. It's just like way too much stuff to do. So I feel too many games, no time to choose. Well, I mean, you gotta pick something, right? If you just go into analysis paralysis mode, and don't play anything after that because of it, then that's kind of bad. Variety avoids burnouts, yeah. The burnout thing is the one I'm mostly concerned about, I guess. I want to prevent burning out on this run. Because I'm having a lot of fun, but a burnout can happen quite immediately. I'm still glad we're not like solid on like tons and tons of money production. That is like the main thing. Once you see like 100 million rubles, I'm like, okay, can do whatever we want now. But we do have a goal, even if we make enough money. Once the steel mill kicks in, we manage the pollution and the steel mill is super profitable. We still have the goal of like making this work for 100,000 people here. A very polluted city. And hopefully it will work. Okay, you will do some work. This one, this side. I don't think these can catch fire anymore. Can they still catch fire? That was like a weird thing that happened at some point. That's why I'm mixed about the realism start. By the time I'm near setup and getting somewhere, I'm about done. Let's see out there early game often. Oh yeah, okay, that's... I mean... I really like it because it makes me feel like everything that's being built is a lot more impactful. I don't need to have a large settlement or anything, I just like the settlement functioning the way it's designed. So I can just have fun, like, spending 2 years in-game building a village that does its thing correctly. Speaking of which, harvest season should be up on us. There we go. Oh, first crop production. Now we will learn how many crops we produce at 90% fertility in a small field with just manual labor. $13.24 tons. Hooray! I don't think that's going to cover our food consumption that well. If these work, now that they're over 90% next year, if they work, then maybe we have to like rethink our strategy in regards to farming. But that would be for the megacity. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to putting a farming area in the middle of the megacity, just having a district that does a bunch of like crop fields. It would look kind of weird. And the other option is just to have the fields on the outside here with the train platform. Hello, Berlinus. Welcome. I still need the train platform inside the city, but right now it's only resources. If we want workers going outside of the city, we of course need a train platform on the inside. We have all the resources for the shopping center. Rail construction is doing its thing. I did order that. So 35 tons of bricks at 1.9 tons of bricks per delivery, I think, or was it 1.6? 1.8. So 20 deliveries and we have all the bricks we need to get the structure going. I need more people working in the rail construction office. I think this has been a little bit on the decline. Most likely because most of the people living here are now becoming highly educated. I guess we'll move people with basic education in here, and they can work in the rail construction office instead. No more secret police necessary. They'll get their workers from the loyal district. It's also scope. Want to be self-sufficient. It's sometimes hard to figure out where to start in that. Many options. Like start with cloth, food factory, move into growing crops, then coal. The goal is steel. I don't know, it's fun. It's a busy game. Yeah, it's busy. If you want self-sufficiency, I mean, you have your list. Once you have a settlement running, you can just use this list. This year. What did I import this year? Then you know what to work on. Can choose the most expensive ones. Or try something that you are predicting getting more expensive, like food or crop-based resources. But I know what it feels like. Making your own construction materials. Yeah, for sure. It's a very good convenience thing, especially if we're gonna be inside the center of the map. It's gonna be cheaper transporting coal to the center than twice the weight in bricks. Or like 1.5 times the weight in bricks, I guess. Coal is easier to transport. Really like starting with gravel into concrete. Cement, yeah. I haven't done that production chain for profit yet. Like I could see it being profitable, yeah. Heavily dependent on coal price, I would imagine. Maybe gravel. I want to do like a brick factory start. Okay, you're not running anymore because I guess the destination storages are full. They are indeed. Starting with brick building is easier in a way over prefabs. I think prefab buildings are probably cheaper long term. It depends really heavily on coal price for the bricks. Prefab is like gravel, and gravel is easy to make. You also need some coal for the cement. But I think other than that, you're like good. Like prefab is basically coal and gravel for cement plus more gravel for the prefab, if I remember correctly. And water, of course. Prefab panel. Yep, gravel and cement. And cement itself was just coal and gravel. And then you also have concrete in that one. Like it's... all of those need a lot of gravel. And then asphalt as well, but asphalt needs bitumen. Construction material factory area always looks like a knot. Everything needs gravel, and then a couple chutes for cement, yeah. For sure. If you want to have everything factory connected. I mean, for gravel it makes sense. Cement, I don't know. I mean, there are dry bulk cement conveyors too. It's gonna be so weird running our like MegaCity on dirty water in the beginning, just to see if it works and so the people have some water. Oh yeah, when I said the shopping center is not gonna have any water, I guess that won't be true for very long, because there will be a dirty water well providing water for them. The resource deliveries are waiting, train. Sorry, I couldn't really manage to give you a lot more workers, but 6 is more than 2. It has an advantage using smaller construction trains in urban areas that travel back and forth more often, because then these traffic jams can be avoided unless you're building bridges over everything, I guess. Okay, let's dump a couple workers onto this construction site for the building. I don't think we're going to be moving anyone in this year, but we're getting it close enough to where we can do that next year. I need to stop building this at like, I don't know, 200 work days. because the progress will go fast with the horse cranes. Is that what you use for the prefab road? Because it's stuck at that right? Yes. I like using prefab roads in industrial areas because the speed limit is 80. And that would put all trucks on equal footing in the modern era. So everyone drives at 80 kilometers an hour and no one tries to overtake each other. So you have like a constant flow of vehicles that are not causing traffic conflicts basically. Which is good for an industrial area. Other benefit is that you can set a dedicated snowplow preference for prefab roads. So if you have an area that you don't want to be handled like any other style of road, you can make it a prefab road and give it like high priority or no priority on snowplows. So no snowplow goes to a prefab road if you want to, or everyone tries to get to a prefab road. Well, now we just need 35 tons of bricks. Decent amount of workers. Overflow bus stops in case the first two run full. Just so we have a little bit more capacity here. Which one? 3. That one first, I guess. Try to keep them between those two, and if they are full, then you can send them up here. Haven't done vehicle production yet either. Sounds interesting. Buy a NATO design, sell it to the Soviets. Yeah, that's very profitable. If you don't want to have any money issues, make NATO vehicles and sell them to the Soviets. It's so profitable. But it's a good way to learn the logistics. Make our own train cars. That would be useful, yeah. That's what I need to do. If I want to have more modern stuff, I should try and produce them myself. It only would take 3 research points to get a rail construction going, I think. I mean, I guess I could move people in right now. But starting next year would be safer, because then we have a whole year to try and fix things and maybe get the heating online even. That looks not connected. God dang it, game. Now I need a demolition office here. It's only connected via the dirt footpath. I don't like it. Well, might as well, I guess. Demolition office. We need to do a rework of certain parts. We'll need a demolition office. Boo indeed. Sometimes these things happen, I guess. If I hadn't built in here with the dirt footpath, it would have been immediately apparent, but I wanted to be fast. As long as it isn't a train track 1, where it's a pixel apart. Yes, yes. But that is only an issue if you build towards it from both sides, and then you end up with that gap that you can't fix. It's still funny though. I don't know how to create that bug, but I know what you mean. Concrete to the heating plant, the fire station. Continue with the road construction here. We will need electricity in this area. It is connected. Just needs to be built up. The groundworks for the heating plant will have to be built by people living inside the residential building. We will have to build the pedestrian overpass with that. I don't remember the pedestrian overpasses catching fire. I don't think they do, but I don't know anymore. I guess they can also be built by people locally living here. That would be fine too. Because they can walk here and then build this up and then walk to the next one, build it up and then done. I'll have to wait for some steel in between, but that's fine. Okay, at least this footpath is connected to the road because it does go over to it. Still not sure how that happened. But yeah, I want a demolition office very close by, able to dump its waste. We can then have a distribution office pull the waste towards the incinerator from here. But at least the demolition office will not work too inefficiently this way. Couple more workers here, please. Oh, we already picked all of them up, I guess. 5 workers, get some construction done. Thank you. Otherwise, the workers inside the residential building will not be able to build a lot of things because they don't have walking access to most of these. I will have to prevent them from walking onto the construction site for this flat though. That one is for when this is relatively stable, when we can bring more people in. Is there a metric for sewage pipe for a city? Like, is your Oak City just one big pipe? And should I plan for 2 sewer pipes? I just gauge it based on what my water pipe is running. Since I only have access to medium sewage pipes, I'm always planning for medium water pipes at maximum. And I'm only planning for this to be at most 50 cubic meters. So sewage should be like 70 cubic meters, I guess. And then I can like check what my water throughput is right now, which is 25 cubic meters, slightly higher than that. $50 on that one, because of the food factory, I guess. Wait. Where's all that water going? Oh, because of the coaling station, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, the end station was using water. So yeah, 25 cubic meters. My auxiliary settlement could be twice as big before I would think about... Like, if I was planning for this one to get larger, I would plan the new sewage pipe right now, because we're like at half capacity of one water pipe. That's how I'm planning it. So we have 25 cubic meters of water, and around like 30-ish at most cubic meters of sewage. That would be my plan, I guess. Well, let's see what the fields do next year, I guess. If the large field gets planted, we're gonna get like 400 tons of crops or something like that. We're back to 2,500 citizens, which is good. So we held solidly through winter, had a little bit of a drop, and then population growth kicked in again. The orphanages are running with a lot more loyalty, meaning with a lot more capacity now too. And I think we could use a loyalty boosting system in this area now if you wanted to. Ruin their culture enjoyment for gaining a little bit of loyalty. Stuff them full of propaganda. "50% loyalty requirement, let's see if we can do it. Everyone else will have to stay outside. Should probably not do that right before winter, but I'm gonna try it anyway. We want to at least have 2% loyalty gain. And we want to make sure we don't run out of workers in the building. That is like the main thing. There needs to be enough workers in here to take care of the children. So if that can't be achieved, then we'll probably run one of the orphanages with that requirement and the other one with no requirement. And that's probably what we're going to do. 30% loyalty here. You are going to receive the best sports education you can think of. Maybe a little bit of extra culture. There you go. And then we will try and feed loyal workers in you first. Let's see if we can manage at least one orphanage. I wonder, since they added the early start, so pre-radio, I wonder if they will add like newspaper. It's not pre-radio. 1920 is not pre-radio. Don't think they'll add anything else. Like, no major industries. I think they said as much in general for the game. Let me take a quick look at all buildings across the map based on wear and tear. Okay, there's one building at 70%, which isn't getting repaired. Why not? It says reconstruction in progress. Why is nothing getting done? It's missing boards that are being brought here. Okay, why did it take so long? What's going on? %70 is pretty high. Maybe there was a fire. I guess it probably was a fire. And it burned down to 70% before it got extinguished, I would imagine. We're pre-start. A little bit, yeah. 1880 was an experience. Really enjoyed it. I thought we were much further away from the normal early start though. Yeah, I think this must have been a fire then. So building wise we're okay. Only one outlier. Road vehicles 79% covered how? Oh, that vehicle again, right. The vehicle inside the repair station doesn't get repaired. That's so funny to me still. I guess we go here, we go in here, and you then go over here and get some repairs, please. Ah, it's so broken. Also needs a break, a long break. That one has worn down quite a lot. Should probably leave it outside in a vehicle depot instead of putting it into the repair station where it will do a lot of work. Go to the vehicle depot, get your repairs here. It's fine. Waiting for the construction office vehicles to come back. Before they can get repaired. I don't know if we can repair that horse back to like below 50% wear. Might be difficult. Sounds realistic. Mechanic knows what's wrong with his car, but it is still drivable. That's a decent amount of workers. Maybe we can run the fire station, I don't know. I guess we can try it. Okay, workers are now supposed to go to the fire station. Can we maintain a stable fire station? Because if we can build the buildings up. How come they're just standing there? I'm telling them to go here. Telling them to walk from one bus stop to another bus stop. So they're waiting here until they need them. Advanced workers and resources threats. Hello, Jimmy. Otherwise it would be quite difficult for me to build a city that far away. 7 kilometers. I think we can manage a fire station. Do we try the construction work? What happens if I let them like move into a residential building and then I move them back out of it before their free time ends and they get the like penalty for not enough heating? They would be really unhappy for sure, but We're not using the most happy people anyway, or at least like the ones with the most loyalty. I think this is gonna be manageable. How's the coaling station looking? Not bad. Can walk them across the map too. Just need a lot of bus stops just inside walking range. Oh, we can just... I mean, if I wanted to be really tricky, I could just bring people from the auxiliary settlement into walking distance of this area. If you want to see a trick. It's a mean one, but... let's see. So let's say we want to hook up... I don't know. We would like to hook up a footpath connection from this area to the other settlement. That's what we would like. Now we go over to the other settlement. Touch one of the bus stops. Hold shift. And now this building has a walking distance to... should have a walking distance over there, I think. Unless the dirt road is too short. Maybe it's only showing the other way around. Oh, did they fix it? Would be funny if they fixed it. Let's try it specifically with an assignment, I guess. Send your workers here, please. Which you can't do for buildings that are outside of walking distance, right? So you could already argue that, yes, it's in walking distance. But suddenly there's a lot more workers here. They're just like appearing out of nowhere, basically. So we could, in theory, run the settlement up this way. Which would make it rather easy to build a city center, I would say. But we're not doing that. I have to remove it from the other side. Did mean I did get a bunch of workers here right now, though. There we go. Like, that is a ton of workers that just arrived, pretty much. And of course they were also allowed... oh no, they weren't allowed to go back. I have dedicated assignments. They are still in this area. Do I... wait until the end of winter? I don't think it makes any sense to move people in right now. It's too cold. Forced labor like that? Some kind of check is missing. Well... when you play the game that long and you accidentally make some movements or like connections, you start noticing some weird behavior. But I think fixing them would be like way too much work for not that much benefit. Like, this is not something that most people come across. And like, I haven't used it until now just to show it to you. So it's something you really have to want to like use it. But in theory, you could make the whole city be in walking distance of each other. The whole map, I mean. They walked. Just one really big step. Yes. Can you do that with foreign workers to save on the manpower cost? Not really, no. You still have to... The foreign workers don't walk out of the customs house on their own. They're just there to be picked up. And you pay the price as soon as you pick them up. So you can't do that. Okay, that footpath got removed because it wasn't connected technically. This time it's connected. But then if you make them walk in between the stations, I mean you're not paying anything else. Like if you transport them or make them walk between stations, it doesn't cost you any more money. But for transporting them, you are paying the fuel cost, I guess. But yeah, if you make them walk between stations, they will stay around. Until they go into a construction site, and then they do their 1 day of work, and then they're done. 1 8-hour shift. It's very wasteful. You get very little productivity per worker per day with it. Not really useful for foreign laborers since they're consumables. No, it's not very wasteful. We get a lot more efficiency out of running them this way. If we compare a worker inside our fire station to a worker inside our auxiliary settlement, this might be a little bit overkill. Like a local worker. Check their work shift time. This one goes a lot faster than this one. So the people that have been transported very far are doing a lot more work. So for the domestic workers, it's not as wasteful. The foreign workers also have a little bit of a boost, but not as much for being transported very far. But your domestic workers, I think there's like a limit of like, I don't know, 3-4 kilometers, where it's like the most benefit you get. This is excessive. You don't get, like here it's like wasteful because of the distance, yes. Grandpa would say they walked 10 kilometers in the snow to go to school when they were young. Oh, we can do that, yeah. The time they spent in transit or waiting would have been worth multiple shifts. Yeah. But also multiple free times, so multiple food consumptions, etc. Work shift. Didn't even buy enough food and meat last time, it got stuck. Did I get any passengers onto these platforms that I hooked up? Maybe that happened on accident. Some passengers probably also walked over here. No, the worker should buy more than 100% right now, I think. Because they spend so much time traveling and working. But they only have to go to the store once, so they spend less time walking around buildings. I think they get more than 100%. 6 kilograms, that's more than 100% for sure. I think. For sure, I think. Well, let's see. Doing the demands also scales up in the background since they don't get fulfilled for such a long time? Yes. It should. 240 minutes of culture, 6 kilograms of food. I think it gets scaled up. Food is the same. Culture. Very, very long culture session apparently though. 4 hours of culture. And we don't have enough time for it. No, barely. Almost. So, food we still had enough, but culture was too low. I guess there was enough satiety left to not need any more food. Can your risk never get fulfilled if the culture demand gets too high? I mean, they already got fulfilled by 290 plus something %. It just wasn't the full bonus. But they did get some culture. I don't think it counts as fulfilled only if it reaches 100%, but I guess I didn't check. I think we're bringing enough workers here. Train platform. Where's our power? Power would be inside the city. Power line is built. Bring some concrete over here. Start working on the fire station. I guess we can build that one up too. Because that one shouldn't catch fire. Because if we have workers living here, they can also work in the other fire station. Ideally, at some point we can turn off the worker delivery to this area once the whole settlement starts running. And start migrating people over. Using our auxiliary settlement as the supply of citizens. First structure will have to be a mix of highly educated and regular education. To run the clinic, nothing else. And then later on the school. I take it back. School and clinic. We don't need higher education in creation in this area right now because the auxiliary settlement does that. If we set one residential building to take higher educated citizens and just wait until the auxiliary settlement makes enough, it'll slowly start filling up, even over this distance. Vehicle repair station should be able to take care of what we have in the city right now. And I guess also at that stop, sure. Yeah, don't want to move people in when it's minus temperatures. But everything else is ready to go, I would say. We're gonna do some more construction work. Start the power. Get the substation up. Then start working on the water well. Which I guess we can already start doing also. Once the substation is done and the fire station. Get the groundwork ready. It still has to do footpaths though. Like you have to automatically do footpaths, I guess. Let me quickly do that. Build footpaths, please. I don't want to deal with that. Just build whatever footpaths I'm designating to be constructed. Thank you. I hope this will work. Like the connection with the road, I mean. I hope it functions. We're struggling a little bit with fire station workers if we're starting to pick up people for construction work. But if we move people out of the settlement and stop all construction work, I think we can maintain a fire station. Just wouldn't want to finish any buildings at the moment. Yeah, the power supply, water supply have priority. Then the clinic, I think. But yeah, I think I'm going to take my break now, which is kind of a cliffhanger. When we come back, either later today, I don't know, probably, I really have no idea. Or tomorrow. We're gonna see our first attempts at building up MegaCity. Let me save again with the correct speed. We'll see how it goes. It's really slow progress, but we're making progress. The MegaCity should start up next time. The residential building, the train platform, and the shopping center are ready to go. You will have to go in and import meat, coal, alcohol, and food to get our citizens supplied. And also some clothing, I guess, wouldn't hurt. Let me do that real quick before we call it. Like, I don't know, 2 ticks of clothing there. Don't forget that. And that train will change depending on the needs we have, I guess. We'll see how it goes. But yeah. Again, thank you everyone very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let's see who we can raid. There's no other English stream in Workers and Resources, unfortunately. What could we do? I don't know how you enjoyed the music stream yesterday where we rated Decipher / Twitch Tablism. He's doing more music. I'm gonna listen in real quick and see if it would. Oh, that's very loud. I think we're gonna raid over to Twitch Tablism if you want to stick around for some DJing. I think he's gonna appreciate the raid. He just got over to his channel, so if you want to stick around for some music, please do. If not, that is fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Saturday afternoon. And yeah, I'll be back later. 2-ish hours, something like that. And we'll see if we continue with Workers and Resources or do something else. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.